social reformer and educationalist Savitribai Phule by watering the plant as a token of beginning of program.
The concept of watering plant comes from the idea of recurring the importance of tree in the lives of individual, ecosystem and initiate the step towards a healthy surrounding. NCC clap, ready up. I request one and all to please stand up for the university song. I request everyone to please be seated. Bow down, please. Now, I request our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Sir to felicitate Brigadier Arjun Mitra Sir. Brigadier Arjun Mitra Sir was born in Wellington, Nilgiris. He joined the NDA in 1986. He was commissioned into Regiment of Artillery and served in Jammu and Kashmir, Northeast. 2 tenures as instructor of School of Artillery and 1 tenure as Army War College, Mau. Took over command of Pune Group on 21st December 2022.
I request Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Sir to felicitate Colonel Shekhar, sir. Colonel K.R. Shekhar, sir, is commissioned in December 1992 in Regiment of Artillery, commanded 36 Medium Regiment. Served 4 tenures in high altitude areas, operations in Northeast, 2 tenures in desert sector. He is ex-NCC cadet, was Junior Division Army Best Cadet in Andhra Pradesh Directorate 1982. Under his guidance, Maharashtra Directorate won PM Banner for Best Directorate in last 2 years.
I may now request our Honorable Respected Registrar Sir to felicitate Lieutenant Colonel Anirudh C. Sir. Total 29 years of service in Army, commissioned in Jammu and Kashmir Rifles. He was an ex-NCC student from Gujarat, 2 tenures of high altitude and special task force, RDC contingent commander in 2022 and again part of RDC in 2023. Both the time, Maharashtra became champion and won Prime Minister banner.
Now we'll call upon Mr. Ashish Sangle sir to elaborate the structure of today's event.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais in the absence of for the felicitation program of Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Karbhari Sir. We have today Dr. Sanjeev Sonawane Sir, who is Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of University, Brigadier Arjun Mitra, Group Commander of Pune Group, Deputy Group Commander Sir, Colonel Shekhar Sir. We have Lieutenant Colonel Anirudh Sir, who is the Training Officer of NCC Group, Pune, Captain Chitra Sir, Chairman of Steering Committee, and the Steering Committee members, Harish Sir, Geeta Ma'am, and also we have Sadan Bhosle Sir, who is there today with us. I also welcome the Finance Officer, Finance and Account Officer, Charushila Gaike Ma'am, and also Deputy Finance Officer, Ayri Sir, for the program. And welcome to all the cadets, ANOs. Today, we are organizing this felicitation program, which we wish to make it annually every year. This program, in fact, was held before also, and now we are going to make it a regular program henceforth. The NCC campus unit, SPPO campus unit, was established or was sanctioned on 29th of September 2022, and since then we have already selected for the first year 34 cadets. It is a good initiative which has begun after the 75 years since the establishment of Pune University, sir, and we would call it that Pune University's Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav hai ye. So it's a good, I would say, it's a good opportunity for the university campus for sanction of the NCC unit. The NCC campus unit wishes for the overall development of the cadets and honing their life skills. So I thank once again all of you for coming to this program. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Ashish sir. We would now request Dr. Captain Chandrasekhar Chitwe sir to focus on the purpose behind the program.
Dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, and dear cadets, all ANOs. I'm here to give you the performance. I think it's a motivation for them as well as motivation for the juniors. Today, after the felicitation, we are going to have a lecture by Colonel Shekhar, and the topic what we had discussed is employment opportunity in uniformed services. We are not just going to focus on armed forces, but there are many opportunities which Colonel Shekhar is going to share with you. Thereafter, a panel discussion when somebody is trying to get in as a commissioned officer, what needs to be done. So we have a panel mix of a psychologist, an army officer, a lady officer. So we have given them a topic. Psychologist will talk about the psychology part of it. The lady officer will talk about how after the lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chitoe, sir. We request respected Brigadier Arjun Mitra, sir, to share some words of wisdom.
Dr. Sanjeev Sonawane, Pro VC, Dr. Chitale, staff, and my brave NCC cadets. How's the Josh? Hi, sir. Okay. So as I stand before you, I shall give you some wisdom which I have collected at the age of 54 years, maybe 53 plus. There are distinguished guests here who are far more aged than I am, but still it's an honor as an alumni that I get to speak in the institution because I took MSc Tech Weapon Systems from this very institution. So it gets a great honor. It's a great honor to speak in this institution. For me, it's a historic day. So as you know, I shall actually, I was thinking, what should I speak to you? What kind of a wisdom can I give you? Well, I can give you wisdom from different portions of my youth and childhood. You know, I am 69 born. So large part of my younger years were in the 1970s in the country. Those days, life was very simple. Unlike you who are on the mobile phones, life was extremely simple. I remember when my parents used to move from one station to the other, we never moved around with just one suitcase. Okay? The whole bedding and the kitchen and everything used to be packed. And you had a huge amount of logistic chain which used to go into the compartment to go anywhere. So that was the situation. However, in those formative years, our teachers taught a lot to us. I'll give you example with just one example. I was in class 6. In class 6, when I was a student in Kendriya Vidyalaya in New Kent, Allahabad, which is now Prayagraj. I used to love as a child seeing photographs of weapon systems, soldiers. We used to have small comics of wars which India has fought, or maybe of other countries. As a young child, you were always motivated with uniform, weapons, equipment, and what all is going on, all kinds of conflicts around the world. You were very fascinated. At that time, as you know, we had no internet. At a push of a button or a finger on your screen today, you get connected to the world today. Imagine we were all growing up while we had a fantastic social and other kinds of life, we had wonderful teachers, but to gain knowledge, it was not easy. Because for that, you had to be member of a good library. The library should have subscribed to good books, and large amount of those good books and technical literature came from outside the country. At that age, when I was in class 6, I actually wanted to build my own ham radio. If you understand what a ham radio is, those days it was very famous. So I didn't know how to operate or make my own radio. Today you can't get into this mobile phone circuit. Why? Because you cannot see it with naked eyes. It's gone down to microscopic or nano levels. But those days you could see a circuit board, which we call a printed circuit board. You could take out a diagram from Electronics for You magazine, which I used to buy for 15 rupees. And then I managed to find a Havaldar ji who was my ustad. He was an EME Havaldar, and every day I used to sit with him and I tried to understand as to what are these diagrams. He was from the EME. So during the time between his jobs, he used to call me in his workshop. He had all the old radio sets in the Indian Army laid out there for repair. Those days the radio sets were huge with diodes and triodes, and it had transistors, hardly any IC chips. So you could practically see the diagram. It is something like a creator seeing in front of his own eyes. I was able to make my first walkie-talkie when I was in class 6. I never graduated to a ham radio because you required a license. It was not easy. But I made my first walkie-talkie when I was in class 6. My parents were surprised because they didn't realize that I was visiting this ustad who would become my guru. He taught me how to read the symbols on the electronic diagram. I could read a printed circuit board. I could perfectly solder the circuit because those skills are required. And today, if you go back, why I'm giving you these lessons from life is that you see very many things in the Silicon Valley. They started from the garage. You'll realize this. They started from the garage. That is where your startup point is. So what I was learning is not really the education or the degree, but what I was learning basically at this age was certain skill sets, which actually have given me very strong foundation since I am from artillery and I have to handle weapon systems. I have been never let down by my weapon system on the line of control or as a company commander. I have always been at the forefront of advice. I have been at the forefront of procurement and other things just because I go back to those years when I had interest in those things. So the education system at the younger age must give, I'm talking about much age, I'm talking about class 6, 7, 8, if it is able to impart skills, your nation grows, your nation can grow. So this is at early level skills which I was talking about. The other thing, other episode in my life I will tell you about, I was a company commander, rifle company commander, and I had just inducted in a new unit. So when you're coming from a different unit and you're getting inducted into an active environment, people are getting adjusted to you. They will not take you for your face value in spite of your degrees and performance in all your courses. So this is again wisdom from life. They will not take any of this thing. So I was put in a detachment far away, and I was told that this is a detachment, we are putting you there because it's a tough detachment to command, and you'll realize it. I was 27 years old, so I had adequate maturity at that time, and this was a time when there were active operations going on. In the evening, we had a bonfire. I was commanding Gurkha troops. They're lovely people. In the evening, somebody was playing a guitar, and there was a bonfire. So when he was playing the guitar, he asked me, how come such a qualified officer like you is in a small detachment like mine? So I just looked at him and asked him, how come you are here? He says, don't you know, I'm a difficult guy to command. So I said, don't worry, I am also a defaulter. So this is what I told him. What it means, a lesson learned from this, basically what I'm trying to convey is, no matter what team you command, You might be first in the order of merit or the last in the order of merit. Always be proud of your team. Just like you cannot abandon your children, you cannot abandon your team. There'll be all, and the person who is the last in the order of merit is not necessarily bad. So it is a team, and we did perform. We earned laurels. I will not give out the other things because I cannot disclose other things in this forum, but I can tell you that this changed, the experience in the small team changed my life. The third aspects, a third part of my life is basically when I was a brigadier. When I got promoted to the rank of brigadier, I got actually exposed to the Indian industry in a big way. Why? Because I was buying equipment on behalf of the army. And I realized the thing that the army needs and wants is available in this country. It is very heartening to see the push which has been given for Atmanirbharta. It is a big push which is required, and you're sitting in Pune where the defense industry is. As you know, that we are living in a very difficult neighborhood, geopolitically. We have China on one side. I'll not discuss about our western neighbor, and you know the geopolitics of the region. We are a rising power, our economic power is growing. So therefore, the nation needs to grow and be strong. So therefore, I realized that all the skills which I thought should be given even in class 6, those skills could have come in handy much earlier to make India Atmanirbhar maybe in the 1980s. Thank God we are doing it now, and I'm sure we will come up and surpass others. One last thing about NCC. It helps you as a cadet. It helps you as a human being. A man or a woman faces challenges internally and externally. When you talk about internal challenges, it is your health, the stress inside you, and whole lot of factors of mind, body, and soul. I'll not give you a discourse on spirituality and others, but you'll try and understand. If you're internally strong, you can face up to challenges in life. So if you see the NCC routine and the regime that you go through and what you have achieved, you would realize that it is a tremendous legacy that you have been handed over and will make you successful if you adhere to the discipline, team building, and other things as far as NCC is concerned. NCC is at a trajectory when it is going to expand. Your NCC certificates will have a great meaning because there's a youth bulge which is going to happen and continue in India. You see various lectures. I'll not go and bore you with the details and figures. There's a huge amount of youth bulge which will happen. So NCC as a subject and NCC as an activity and core program, okay, that will take you not only in India, it will take you all over the world. I have traveled all over the world. In US, there's a program called the ROTC, Royal Officers Training Corps, ROTC. It's there in the universities. Different kinds of universities, different countries have a different system similar to NCC. Why do they do it? So that the youth is focused on the key result areas where your nation should focus. If a nation has a vision, you are the vision, and you know where to work, what to do, and how to build the nation. I am a 50-year-old man. In this forum, you might have 60s, but the future is yours and your children's. Don't lose it. That's the only message I have. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now we request Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, to say few words.
Namaskar. Vande Mataram. Today, I am very glad person. Only Chitade sir can tell. And to have this function today, we have at the dais Brigadier Mitra ji. Just now he had addressed you very enthusiastically why you are here and what is your path ahead. Shekhar ji, who had really the instrumental this unit to be here. Our mentor Chitade sir, my other colleagues, our finance officer and friends. When I took a charge as a Pro Vice Chancellor on 1st June, this was one mission to me, establish NCC unit on a campus. Why I said a first word that I am very glad today, because it has been realized and you are witnessing here. And I, bottom of heart, express my gratitude to NCC unit, Brigadier Mitra ji, Shekhar ji, and your all unit with Chitade sir. And really, this is the dream to university, because 75 years this university was there. And what was the reason I had shared with you? My friends, you are very lucky, as the Brigadier Saab had said. This legacy was not before it. He had narrated very well. We are here at the university as an authority to explore your potential. And what is the speciality of this, or what is the character of this banyan tree? If you see the seed of, it's very small than mustard. But when it is sowed, the plant is coming and it becomes like this big one. Nobody is attaching to leaves and branches and all these things and fruits to it. It grows inside because it has a potential to grow. The map is in a small seed. Like that, we feel that as an educationist and as a teacher, we feel that you have that seed. That map is with you. And we should give you a very ecosystem to grow. And this is the one of the platform of NCC we had opened for you to grow your potential or to withdraw your potential. Hope that this NCC unit will be one of the nation's leading unit, with the guidance of Brigadier ji, then Shekhar ji, and Chitade sir is with us. Our Sangle sir is taking lots of efforts, and we are capabilities you have to develop within you. It will not inculcate you by only dream. You have to take it lots of efforts, as he had narrated. Everybody sitting on the stage and here the senior, they had not having, they does not have that atmosphere which is very luxurious one. Struggle is there, sadhana is there. I think your mind is ready for it, and hope that you will be, your mind is ready for it, and hope that you will be one of the alumni like Brigadier Mitra ji. He is our alumni. We are very proud of sir, and like you will be also, one day you will tell us that I am a alumni of SPPU. See what I have done for this nation. That day we will feel that this SPPU's platform of opening this NCC unit is had a fruits. Wishing best for that. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir.
I may now request Brigadier Arjun Mitra sir to felicitate the cadets. Chitade sir would like to give the message of VC sir.
Honorable VC is traveling and he has sent a message for today's function. My best wishes and compliments to NCC unit of Savitribai Phule Pune University campus for organizing today's felicitation program for all cadets of affiliated colleges who have attended national level camps including Republic Day Parade Camp in year 2022-23 and brought laurels to their colleges and our university. Hearty congratulations to you all. I take this opportunity to thank authorities of NCC Directorate Maharashtra and Group Headquarters Pune for allocating a unit for our campus on 29 September 22 under fully self-finance scheme. Thanks, sir. Our actual training parade started in November 22. During very short period, our cadets have developed fairly good standards in drill, which they exhibited on Republic Day and University Foundation Day, 10th of February. I congratulate all the cadets for their excellent performance. Well done, CTO, Mr. Ashish Sangle. NCC aims at developing character, comradeship, discipline, a secular outlook and spirit. This activity would definitely add immense value in our endeavors for students' overall developments and nurturing life skills. I am told that 6 other colleges of SPPO were also allotted new units under FSFS and their cadets are attending this one-day seminar. Take maximum benefit of such activities. Congratulations to you all. I wish the function and the seminar a grand success. All the best. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I may now request Brigadier Arjun Mitra, sir, to felicitate the cadets.
Shivanand Pujari, Shivanand Pujari, Shantanu Jadhav, Suraj Ji, Sarvesh More, Gavli Bobby, Giri Vaibhav, Nikhil Ghati, Astha Singh, Shalaka Kukade, Hindvi Rane, Nisha Burade, Panini Tibile, Akansha Biradar, Yogita Lama, Omika Kale, प्राची के, वैभव वेगास, अनीश शस्त्र बुद्धि, सिदक सिंह, गिरीश लाड, तेजस भोसले,
Could we please appreciate the cadet by NCC clap? NCC clap, ready, up.
रोनित रेवाने, चिन्मय पाटील, मयुरेश पवार. प्रथमेश गाडवे, करण गाडवे, आदर्श एस, यश परदेसी, अथर्व महांगिरे, अद्विक तोमर, मयुरी सेवक, मानसी बी.
Request everyone to maintain silence and appreciate cadet by NCC clap. Karthik Navle, Sanket Saudhar, Vaishnavi Chaskar, शिवानी विजय पवार, सुजल सावन, गणेश इंगवळे, रूही विचारे, साक्षी पाडेकर, साक्षी शिंदे. गाडे प्रतीक, अक्षय सूर्यवंशी, दर्शन देसाले, रितेश राठोड, सोहम निगोट, प्रथमेश गोडसे, ऋषिकेश टोके, अजित कारखडे. समृद्धि डोगरे, maintain silence. प्रतीक्षा गांडेकर, शर्वरी सोनावकर, शर्वरी सोनवलकर, सोनिया शिंदे, साक्षी गोराट, संस्कृति गाग, कालुलकर, अर्पिता साठे, संस्कृति जाधव, सारजा दावरे, आयुषी भान, कस्तुभ बारगे, प्रथमेश जोजाडगे, आलन गायकवाड, प्रणव भोसले, तांबे ओंकार, हर्षवर्धन बारगे, नवनाथ गागने, श्रेया धागे, पौर्णिमा देशमुख, we request one and all to appreciate the cadets by NCC clap. Rohan Patil, Kritik Pujari, NCC clap, ready up. Could we have a sequence of NCC clap, cadets? NCC clap, ready up. We request cadets to please settle down. We'll felicitate the remaining cadet after a short break.
We are preponing Colonel Shekhar's lecture. We have a time. I think group commander also wanted to leave early. 5-6 cadets are remaining. Don't worry, you will get a memento. If not today, definitely you will get. You see, basically when we plan, if there is no proper communication from, because it was very difficult to contact all those who have represented RD and National Camp. In just 2 or 3 days we could contact. So that's why the count, because I think our finance officer have gone. We have to be very particular about spending money. So no issue. As I was just sharing with you, some of our cadets from Nasik, I think Nasik unit is affiliated to Mumbai and Nagar, I think Aurangabad, Indapur, Aurangabad. So certain cadets are remaining, we know. Because when we are felicitating the cadets representing RDC and National Camp of SPPU, so we have about 750 colleges. Right now, in university, we don't have a data how many colleges are having NCC. Probably now, with this new raising, next year we'll have a compile that data, the data of ANO, so that it will be an easy communication. This time you help us. That is why about 80 cadets could come. No issue. Hota hai planning mein. This is a good learning. But we will definitely do felicitation for those who are remaining. Fine? Alit? Good news. Some backup. This is planning, replanning. I'm a professor of management, so we know how to manage certain things. This is a crisis management, and our team has solved the crisis. Sufficient? Chalo. Sir, we'll start a felicitation for remaining cadets.
Aditya Kamble. Tummapalli Tushara Venkat. Lieutenant Nand Kumar, sir.
यशोदेवी मैडम आइए प्लीज.
NCC clap, ready up. So we are left with two. Abhishek Singh Tomar. Prem Gankhar. Ganeshkar. NCC clap, ready up.
Slight change in the program. We are starting within 5 minutes Colonel Shekhar's lecture. A part of it, a part will be given after the lunch. Lunch is organized for all the cadets invited. 12:30 to 2. From 2, again Colonel Shekhar will take over, but then we will have about a panel discussion. May start by about 2:30 or so. 2:30 to 3:30, and then we'll have a valedictory function. So just bete, aram se bet, we'll make arrangement within 5 minutes. I hope all the cadets got the felicitation done. All cadets, those who are invited, got the trophy. Very good. Congratulations. After lecture.
I hope you guys are doing good. Nice. How many of you all feel that you have achieved something in life? How many of you all feel that you have achieved something in life? Yeah, well, I can see a raise of hands and 2. So others have not achieved anything in life? Right. If that be your perception, let me begin with trying to say that each and every one who is seated here, each of the cadets, be it in the civil dress here or the uniformed cadets who are seated here, each one of you have achieved something. Let me begin on a high. Every college which has enrolled you guys onto the NCC had advertised for NCC, and you must have had about 100, 110 people come and contest for those little 16, 18, 20 vacancies. In SPPU maybe 35 vacancies. So just imagine when you had a competition, and you are amongst the 1/6 of the competitors, and thus you got your uniform. Isn't that an achievement to be proud of? Yeah? I'm good, sir, I'm good. They don't have to see me actually, they have to hear me. So, that's the start point, that you all have achieved something already in life. Because you are of those 1/6 of the competitors and you are seated here, you have the privilege of hearing me. Hearing me as in talk about a topic. I'm not the architect as such. Right? Your other fellows who are not there, the 5-6 of them who are left out of this auditorium at the moment as we speak, they aren't privileged enough to learn this. So you all are already at the cutting edge level. Now you need to sharpen yourselves. To sharpen, there are a number of tools. One such tool which is going to happen today is I'm going to give you a little insight into the various career opportunities that we have in the uniformed services. Here when I talk of uniformed services, I am not just talking about Army, Navy and the Air Force and Coast Guard. Right? There are some of you who are seated here amongst us who are interested to become civil servants, maybe the IPS. Some of you are keen to join the border security forces, or the CAPFs as we call, or the PMFs. And then host of other things. There are people who would like to be in the state disaster relief force, so on and so forth. However, the process is going to be more or less similar for selection to any of these things. So I start with what are the various uniform services that you have, narrow you down onto the armed forces, and then take you there. And why armed forces? When I reach there. Have the next one please. So basically if you look at it, India landlocked in the north, waterlogged down south, has got its own challenges, external challenges, which the group commander in his address did give a little insight into, though not in depth, but still you all are aware that it has got its own external factors which are impinging the stability of the country. Those factors, as in those countries which are destabilizing us, which have to be taken care of, have all been put with a star on the map. Yeah? Next. Then you have the internal challenges, which most of us are aware of, the danga, the fasad, the stone peltings, the left-wing extremism, the J&K situation, the northeastern region instabilities. Yeah? So all of these things to a large extent are impacting the internal dynamics and internal stability of the country as well. So you had the external threats and you have the internal threats. Everything is lined out there. I expect you all to read it. Nothing to copy, huh? Copy karke wo notebook mein reh jayega. Please listen. Next. Yeah. So therefore, in a country which has got these kind of challenges, these 5 pillars which have been put there, read for yourselves, are the ones which are trying to make the balance. And as you see on the slide, while all other things are a different color, the military has been put in a particular color, because when I talk of the military, I mean to say the uniform people. They are the ones who are responsible to a large extent to keep things stabilized, be it external threats or internal threats. Yeah, next. So, when I say this uniform services, there we have the one in the red block are the armed forces, which we normally talk as defense forces, armed forces, army, navy, air force and other things. And then you have the paramilitary force or the central armed protection police forces. So in the PMF you can see there are three categories of things. One is for the border guarding, then for internal security, and one is under special task forces. Now these things are affiliated to various ministries. Those ministries take care of their administration and their well-being. Next please. Yeah, so the PMF, I'll just put it on a slide. Onto the what you call dark blue side, you can see all of them which are lined up listed there, 11 of them. Which are the various ministries which are taking care of them and what are their roles that are there. Because PMF is largely towards internal security and some border management postures. Right? Have a look at it. Nothing, at least learn this, which are these 11 where you can think of. Because ultimately what happens is the child is very keen on getting into the armed forces. He puts in his heart and soul into it. After 4 attempts, he realizes he's not the right material to be there in the armed forces. So what do? At least there is some amount of semblance in discipline and functioning with the paramilitary forces or the central armed police forces. So these are the ones which you can opt for and not lose hope for your passion for the uniform. Yeah? Next please. Now we zero onto the most important thing, that is career in the armed forces, which is essentially my crux of the topic, because I look at each one of you are seated here as future leaders who shall be in these armed forces as volunteers doing their bit. Yeah. So, why armed forces? Why did I call it out? Because at the end of the day, the armed forces are the pride of the nation. Let's not deny that. They are the pride of the nation. There may be any amount of people, but they are the pride of the nation. Now you want me to know as to what is it that makes them the pride of the nation. The pride of the nation, they make it. Let me recount with you one little war experience I seem to have. Not exactly a war, but a skirmish. All right? All of you are aware of Kargil. Am I right? Yeah. Now, when Kargil happened, in the whole of this sector, there is this area known as Batalik. I don't know how many of you all have heard of it or not. Some of you must have heard. So, Batalik sector has got and water channel, that is the Indus river which is coming, and there is another river which is the Dras river or the Shingo river. All of them get together and they get into Pakistan, right, or the POK. And of course ultimately they come into Pakistan. So neither side of the river bed are two mountain ranges. One side is the Shangrutis, and the other side you have a Zubar range, Zubar hill, what we call as. So my friends from across, from POK, they decided to have this little misadventure. They come down and they try to sit on Zubar. Zubar is very much Indian. So sat down. As is in our blood, we wanted to evict them. So one battalion, not taking names, they decide to go and evict this particular Zubar post or Zubar locality so that we can return it back. Unfortunately, the guys who got in, they were so well poised with all their automatic machine guns and etc. there, they were able to bring heavy fire onto this battalion, and as was predestined, this particular attack feathered off. However, A small team of it was left, young Captain Saab or Lieutenant Saab at that time, yeah, Lieutenant Saab, and a few men were left out. They said, okay, fine, we failed in capturing Zubar back. There is always a contingency in the armed forces. So the contingency was the 2nd battalion was waiting, which in case this battalion failed, they would go or reinforce that success. Right? So this young man, he said, before that battalion launches, the thing that has actually wiped this battalion, our battalion, was that little machine gun which was barely 30 feet away from him, well poised, and they were bringing down effective fire, clearing off everybody. So they said, let's do one thing. Battalion, we lost it. There's no point of this life now. So let's go take that LMG or the machine gun. If you are able to remove that LMG, the next battalion or the reserve battalion which is in the waiting will get a clear run and we get Zubar back. Yeah, good to think so? Yeah? How many of you all agree with this? How many of you can actually think of like this? So this was taken. Now this young lieutenant, maybe 23, 24 years of age, that's it. Had this 4 or 5 people, he regrouped, he called himself the Ghatak, and they went and reached. They regrouped and they were about to go. So there was this gentleman who had put in close to 22 years of service, a Havaldar at that point in time, who says ki, Saab, the only way is that we do a charge. I have to charge this LMG, then only we will be able to evict this LMG and then make the ground clear for the attack. Right? With me? With me so far? The moment this 22-year-old Havaldar, 22 years of service, not age, 22 years, he must be close to his 40s, beyond the 40s in fact. So he tells this to his young officer who is 21, 22 years of age, Lieutenant Saab ko. And this lieutenant say, he is about to go, the Havaldar is about to go, the lieutenant just catches him by the hand, pulls him down under the rock. And said, wait. At 44, you got a family. You got a wife. You got some children. I'm 22. I got no one to back up to other than a family. That's my parents or my siblings. Thus saying, he got up and did the assault what we do in the armed forces. The LMG was evicted, but the officer was also evicted. He was no more with us. That's how we call it, that the armed forces are the pride of India. Because that's what is festered into us. That's what each one of you have it in you, by the way. When I ask you a question, do you have it in you? I can assure you, each one of you seated here will say, yes, I have it in me. May not be with the full gusto. But over a period of a year of training, you would realize, yes, I really have it in me. With me? Understood? Samajh mein aaya? Yes, sir. That's the importance of this slide. Go next, please. Here, the famous man, Vikram Batra, Pepsi wale bhai sahab, ye dil mange more. So now with him, let's see as to how we look into the career in the Indian Army. A career in the Indian Army is no career. If anybody is looking for a career in the Indian Army, you are living in a fool's paradise, because when you join the Indian Army, you choose a way of life and you lead that way of life. Yeah? Let's see that. Next, please. So here are certain of those statistics which you could actually get from various Wikipedia pages or computer pages. Have a look, see at it by yourselves and make your own little assessment. I'll leave it to you to read because it's more of theory. Yeah. Next. So, what are the roles of the armed forces or the Indian Army? Sorry. Prachi, can you read the primary role, please? Please do.
Primary role, preserve national interest and the sovereignty, safeguard territorial integrity and unity of India against any external threats by terrorists or by racism.
Okay. Seen? Got that? Bahari dunya. Right? Bobby, help me with the secondary roles, please.
Defend the nation against economic threats and challenges such as proxy war by assisting the government when possible and provide aid to civilians.
Yeah, good. So हमने पहले क्या देखा था, एक्सटर्नल थ्रेट्स और इंटरनल थ्रेट्स. तो एक्सटर्नल थ्रेट्स के लिए प्राइमरी रोल बन गया, इंटरनल थ्रेट्स के लिए सेकेंडरी रोल बन गया. और इंटरनल थ्रेट्स को सेकेंडरी रोल क्यों कर दिया? बिकॉज वी हैव समथिंग नोन एज दी PMF or the CAPF, right? समझ में आया? Okay, next. So when we talk of the army, what are the various avenues within the army? Yash Pardesi is seated here. Yeah, Yash, start off because your thing is there right in the beginning. Next. Yeah, these are the three which are flashed there are your fighting arms or the combat arms. They're the ones who do the hard fight, right? The mechanized infantry, the armored corps and the infantry. Not necessarily in the same sequence. It is infantry, armored, mechanized infantry. Infantry, mechanized infantry, armored, whichever way you take it. But these are the three guys who slog it out for us. Real times. Next. Now we come up to those supporting arms. These are combat support arms. Without whose support the combat arms would not have been able to discharge their duties effectively. Understand the word effectively. So these are those four, which you can, five of them, you can read them: artillery, air defense artillery, signals, engineers. These are the combat support arms. Aviation, of course, because they are into the battle, thick of it. The next. And a whole lot of logistic elements which are there, which we categorize as services. And they have a role to play in giving the logistic support so that we are able to perform combat optimally. Right? So what you get to see here are a few of them. There are a few more small tiny bits whom we have not got on the slides because that would be of little interest to you. But the major ones where you can think of a career are all listed here. The girls, the intelligence corps. Yeah? Right. Go ahead, please. Now, having seen all of that, let me give an insight into the life in the army. I've got it here, these 5 heads which are there. The following slides will show you what exactly each one of these mean. Yeah. Action. Yes, there. Go to the next one, please. Action. So, it's full of action. You will never find army. I mean, it may be surprising you कि एक uniform पहना हुआ army officer यहाँ खड़ा होके बात कर रहा है. That is the most inactive thing that I have ever done in my life. Okay, talking to a bunch of people. There is action on or off the battlefield, field of peace stations, war or no war. There is action always. And as youth, I for one feel that you all must be looking forward to a lot of action in life. At least that's how I look at my contingent, RDC contingent that went down this time, and there were a couple of these best cadets who were associated with me. They would say, sir, घर में जाके भी पता नहीं चल रहा क्या करना है, because there was a lot of action I gave them. Yeah? Prachi? Yeah. Next. Now, this is peacetime activities, which I was saying. Peacetime as in, today is a peacetime. I can be posted to Pune. But then, in peacetime, these are all the things which keep me always at the helm of things, always active. Therefore, war or no war, peace or field, action is guaranteed. That's how it becomes a way of life. Yeah, next. Adventure. Those of you who are really into adventure. Those of you who are not into adventure, you'll be actually kicked into adventure. You may be looking at me and thinking, कि यार इसका क्या हो सकता है adventure? Let's take a guess. What do you think would be my adventure in this? Or what do you think I would have done of these many adventure things which have been listed here? Anyone? All of them? I'm sorry, I'm not such an adventurous guy to be. Huh? If I had been that, I wouldn't have been here. Yeah. Huh? Mountaineering, yeah, that's part of life. Alright, let me cut it short. I am a car rallyist in the J&K and a car rallyist in the Northeast. So I've done my car rallies and a aviation adventure guy that is to do with hot air ballooning. Okay, I'm a solo and a hot air ballooning. So these things which are lifted here, they will all be available to you on a platter to take from. You choose. Imagine yourselves now you want to go and play a game of football. You can't because you don't have a football ground. Someone of you wants to actually go fire. Either you take a membership, thereafter invest some money and thereafter do it. It's available to do free of cost. Imagine all my guys who are seated here in Air Force, all of you all sat in the Zen oblique microlight virus SWAT. Yeah? Imagine if you had to do the same outside, a sortie would cost you anything 2,500 to 3,000 rupees per launch. That is about 20 minutes of a sortie. Yeah? So this is all available to you at the hand. Next, travel. Yeah. You have a lot of places to travel. It's not just the boys who get to travel, the girls also. That's how that girl in the UN on top is a girl. The officer is a lady officer. A woman officer, sorry. So there isn't a place where the army officers don't go. In India or on the world. And who are those who say, I don't want to go nowhere other than Maharashtra? Do we have someone like this here? I don't think so. Given a choice, you would like to go now. To the UK, to the Germany, to the US, Sweden, all of this gives you the chance. Yeah. Next please. Lifestyle. See that. There is a huge lifestyle that comes with you, with a package. What we may call a sense of entitlement. But it's not a sense of entitlement, but it's a necessity. It is a necessity so that when I take it as a lifestyle, then that comes as a package with it. I have to have it because those are my recreational avenues. Those are my, what do you call, kya karte hain? When you do your exercise, gym karte ho. What do you call that after that? Recoup. So for all of that I need a lifestyle, and that lifestyle is what has been given here. It's not just for the officer or the Jawan, it's for the families as well. So the army promises you a damn good lifestyle and you better choose it. The next. Going on with the lifestyle, some more. All of you, read this. One thing the army does is take care of the families also. Which other organization really looks into that? And therefore it becomes important. Yeah? Next. Professional growth. Many of my friends who joined the armed forces with me, or the army or the air force, they all said, yaar, mere ko padhai nahi karna tha, isliye I joined the army. Trust me, you, life begins after you join the army. Education becomes after you join the army. The group commander was very proudly saying that he's an alumni of this August University, so am I. I've got 2 certifications. I've got a post-graduation from this particular university. That's amongst the horde of other qualifications that I've gathered over these many years or 3 decades that I've been in the service. And all of these from these universities. Now you would say, where's the time to study? You have to study. So upskilling what we call of. तो आप में से जो लोग सोचते हैं कि मेरे को PhD करना है, ये करना है, वो करना है, then you are restricted to that 3x2 table, अपना चाय आता रहेगा, Bonvita आता रहेगा, करते रहो. But then if you want to sit on a hot air balloon and read a book, this is the place to be in. Yeah? Next. Not too good, but then I couldn't help it. Have a look at it, make a quick assumption, make a quick analysis, try and make it out as to what makes it different. Yeah. Next. service benefits. I've not put packages here, pay packages, because when it's a way of life, you can't pay for your life. So I have not put the pay packages there. But then in addition to the pay packages, all of this is available. All of this is available. Read that. And why is this required is what I would like to tell you also. Read that. You know what? If today I was to step out of this auditorium and if I were to get out on the Ganesh Hind Road and if I'm faced with an adversity wherein I'm called in to handle that adversity, an internal challenge or an external challenge, whatever it may be, when I look back my shoulder, I won't find my family there, but I'll find each one of you here. Each one of you looking at me with hope. Ki may this adversity pass by your intervention. Pull us through this. Right? And thus I'm entitled to go there. Every person who gets a family in the civil street, you go, you look for a girl, you find out, okay, tumhara kya hai, charter kya hai, plan kya hai, how does it roll out, in how many years, what kind of a wealth are you going to make, how much of property you are going to make, real estate, blah, 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 blah. What's the one thing that we tell the girl whom we see? Don't be assured that we'll be back home in the evening. If you want to come, come. And then they make the choice. They make that choice, they better be taken care of. And thus all these things which are paid. Right? Getting it? Yeah. So, how to join the armed forces? See those dopes sleeping away in a bus, going on an outdoor? Or those sessions, Maharajas, NCC cadets, you all be doing Maharajas. Maybe not the first year, but at least these RDC guys have done enough of this. Yeah? So there are two ways of joining. One is an officer entry, one is the Jawan entry. Purposefully, I would not like to talk to this audience about the Jawan entry because I would want to see each one of you as an officer. Having joined the NCC, you all are officer cadets to begin with. Please get that in mind. The reason why the FSFS people are here is this only, so that you get to know exactly and then how to make your mindset of your kids in the coming years so that they are all new institutions, right? So I'll talk about the officer's entry and leave it there. Come. Most important thing, may I request you, Dr. Saab, who has signed your appointment letter when you were taken on a faculty in your institution, D.Y. Patil? Yeah. Hanji? Huh? The chairman. The chairman signed a letter of appointment. Do you know who signed my letter of appointment? Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma. He was the president of the country at the time when I got commissioned. So it is the president who is, and actually the content is not very clear. Let me tell you, he is happy to invite me. Trust me, you guys. The president is pleased to invite me to join the armed forces. Yeah? As against a letter which says that post your interview and meeting with us, we realize that you have a potential to be an associate professor in this university and trying to take these many classes with a pay package of this much. That's it. And here we have a President of India trying to invite me with happiness that you have completed your training, come join the armed forces. Isn't it a matter of pride for you guys? Yes, yeah? Like it? Yes, want that? Yes, work for it. Next. So these are some of the schemes which are there. again off the internet. You can take it. I'll leave this presentation, by the way, for the CTOs and ANOs to carry home so that your cadets have a base on which to fall back if they have to. And subsequently some literature, some posters, some flyers, I'll be sharing all with you. So that's also taken care of. Yeah. Now, having seen the army, how are we for time?
15-20 minutes. We'll let you know when the...
First class. Now let's talk about the Navy, the second part of the defense forces or the armed forces. Not exactly defense, let's not call them defense forces. We call them the armed forces. Yeah, Indian Navy. Now these are some of the roles of the Indian Navy. Of course, war fighting, goodwill visits to foreign, because a lot of diplomacy happens on the seas, because a lot of business, a lot of trade, a lot of exchange of money, everything happens on the oceans. So therefore it's essential that you need to keep your sea lines of communication clean, protected, safe. And to protect yourself from any external threat, you have ample amount of bonhomie amongst sister countries. You know, very recently you all must have seen that one of the US ships which had coasted off very close to India, and then some people tried to raise a hue and bow, and then they said, no, India did not react to it. So those are aspects of tolerance. So that's how the diplomacy comes into that. Constabulary, when in places not sailing or in static stations and there is a threat, there is a requirement of some service, because it's one of the largest trained, organized component of the society, they can always go around there in their organization way and undertake actions to thwart that kind of a threat at that moment. Go back please. Yeah. Providing a helping hand, this is very natural. Every one of you all must have come across those wonderful pictures where you have people marooned off in oceans, where you have people stuck in floods, and then there's a helicopter, there's a little rope or something which goes down, and then you pull that guy, put them in the aircraft, take them away. Yeah? That's what it means. Next. Some of the domains in which the Indian Navy operates. Virtually every single domain. It doesn't mean that you are Navy, तो जहाज लेके अपना समुंदर में बैठे रहो. It's not so. Starting from space to subsurface, every place you will find some or the other element of Navy. How many of you all know Navy operates in Jammu and Kashmir? How many of you are aware that Jammu and Kashmir, okay, Jammu and Kashmir के पास कौन सा नदी है या कौन सा समुंदर है? Anybody? कोई समुंदर है जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पे? नहीं है ना? तो what is Navy doing in Jammu and Kashmir then? Yeah, I saw two hands there. Yeah. Rise and shine, my friend. Yeah. A little louder, please. Patrolling in the lake. Okay. And anybody else? Yeah. Marcos. Very good. That's a wonderful thing. And Mayuri, you got something? No? Okay. Siddharth? Yeah. Rashtriya Rifles, all right. Navy in the Rashtriya Rifles? Navy in the Rashtriya Rifles? Marcos team. That's what he said. So basically the Navy also has its own little commando team, Marine Commandos. Okay, to give them a little bit more combat experience so that they're able to strategize well even for threats on sea. They are put into these places because the para-commando battalions and detachments of the Indian Army work independently. So these Marcos are, including the Air Force ke Garuds when they come there, they intermingle and they form a team and they work. In addition to this, the Marcos, the Navy also has got its own wing or what you call aviation arm to it. So the pilots who are there in it, they get to have a cross attachment with the army so that other than undertaking sea sorties, they also get some exposure in mountains, in deserts and other kind of places. Yeah? Right, chalo. So why Navy? Siddhak? Why Navy? A little loud read, please.
Unparalleled quality of life.
Yeah?
World-class education for children.
Yeah?
Job security. Pension till death. Family pension. Comprehensive health coverage. Club and canteen facility.
Good. Got it? नहीं वो ठीक है, वो सो रहा था इसलिए खड़ा किया, मेरे को पता है. बैठ जा. Whole habit. Chalo, next please. So this, how when we work in the Navy, you work with honor, courage and commitment. That's how they spruce themselves up. Right? Next. Now, what we saw in the army, let Navy also do a little amount of bragging for themselves. Read through. Who wants to read it? Some naval guy should go, come on. हाँ खड़े हो जा. Cadet captain, my cadet captain, हाँ yeah you. पढ़ जोर से. हाँ? Why you are representing the Navy? बोलो. वो किस लिए है? नहीं चाहिए? Okay, चलो बैठ जा. It's again to say, see there, more or less similar kind of things what we had in the army, but Navy does it in a way, so might as well get used to that. And those of you who are real Navy buffs, you get to see that. By the way, Navy buffs, I'm telling you, how many of you have seen Top Gun? The latest one or the old one? Go look at the latest one too, not bad. Yeah? We haven't had an Air Force pilot doing that in the movie. We have the Navy doing it. So just, they have got their own level of swag. Chalo, next. There, bolte ke saath hi pahunch gaye. Fly boys. Successful career, employment potential when retired, because the Navy teaches you a whole lot of management skills, not the regular HR skills or that kind of skills, but scientific management skills. Because they are offshore most times. They are on ships. There is a way of living life. A submarine goes, it tanks in. Once it goes submerges, it doesn't surface. A nuclear submarine doesn't surface for as many as 3 months because it's powered. Oxygen is recreated. Alright. Now, अगर मैं 2 रोटी जमीन के ऊपर खाता हूं, वहां पे भी जाके I can't have 2 roti. Why? Firstly, I can't carry so much of ration in the jahaj. Even if I carry that much of a ration in the jahaj, the pressure on me would be so much that I can't actually put so much of food inside. And I don't have enough of defecating opportunities on the submarine. As a result of which I might as well live light. Yeah? So understand it. So therefore is the management skills. Go back. Yeah, go next. So therefore, it's just not just a job, it's more than a job. What was it in the army? The way of life. It's more than a job here. Yeah? Meaning the same. Go next. Right. Here we are. These are the branches which the Navy supports or takes its people into. You have a lot of people who join, and these are the various streams into which you can join. Those of you all are naval aspirants. Executive branch being the heavy branch or the fighting branch of the Indian Navy, and all other being this support system without whom the combat cannot be fought effectively. Yeah. Look at this now. What in the executive branches are there? Like what we talked there, combat support arm, gunnery, that is like the BMPs or the mechanized infantry, the tanks, or the artillery which we talked as the combat support arm. So that is there. Navigation and aircraft direction. There we spoke of aviation. That is what it is, and also direction. Communication and electronic warfare. Now look at the way things are being spoken here. So here automatically it should come into your mind that a person who is a naval opti should have a skill set which is different than the ordinary to begin with. Second, he should be technically and technologically at speed. You can't be challenged technologically, and then aspire to join the Navy, irrespective of whichever branch you choose to. Therefore, they have got very stringent qualification requirements for the guys who want to join the Navy. As we go ahead, we'll see that. Yeah. Here, aviation, submarines, marine commandos. My friend spoke about the Marcos as the marine commandos, and also, of course, oceanography or hydrography. Yeah. Now, coming on to the executive branch, furthermore streams, we have law, logistics, and all of these things actually come under executive branch, because administrative naam ka cheez is very minuscule part of the Navy. Everybody is an executive because it's a small detachment. Unlike Thal Sena, where there is no dearth of land and any number of people can be accommodated, Navy का छोटा सा size का जहाज, इतने से लोग, उससे ज़्यादा डालोगे, जहाज लुढ़क जाएगा. So उतने सारे के साथ में काम करना, तो everybody should be able to work for the other guy also. That's all. Yeah. So here we have the technical branch, very limited scope in the technical branch, but then largely culled out of your technical colleges like education, engineering and other kind of stuff. Yeah. So, life in the Navy. ये मत सोच के बैठना Navy में चले जाएंगे तो we will always be wet. That is to say, we will always be at sea. No, it's a mix. Even if you're posted in a place like Bombay, you can't be assured that you are going to be in Bombay all through. There will be times when we are off for 6 months of a sail, 3 months of a sail. Your fleet could be called in to undertake certain of those diplomatic things which are said, ki go make a visit to Mali. Suddenly you'll be told, okay, carry on, there has been a tsunami in such a place or such a country. So carry this relief material, like we have been doing it in the past, haven't we? Our ships have been going, now what do you call, kya tha wo? Sir? No, not tsunami, sir. Very recently, last year we had that friendship exercise, not exercise, relief. Tsunami, it was in the Andamans only. Anyway, so that's one. Next is, it prepares you, go back. It prepares you for the next job is what I just spoke to you all, because of the technological wealth it gives you. It is a paramedical structure, that is to say not everybody gets to become a Navy, become an admiral in the Navy. It is paramedical. You have to fight your way through and reach where you have to. Yeah, no monotony. कि जहाज में बैठे हो, suddenly you realize that there is a small spark, छोटी सी spark. You all are aware of this. Last year in Mumbai we had 2 officers die with a battery blast in a submarine. Yeah? Nahi? How many of you know this? How many of you know this? No, nobody knows. Let me tell you that those 2 officers who gave in their lives were again volunteers. They pulled off the electrical system people off and they said, no, we will go and replace it. We will go and do the needful. And they gave in with their life. It's not that the officers are doing it. Please understand what I'm trying to tell you here. By trying to say this to you, I'm only just trying to tell you that this is the skill set that has to be there, the passion which has to be there. क्या? जरूरत पड़ी निकाल के दे देंगे. वो क्या? Which is that song? ए वतन तेरे लिए. Yeah, you all heard that? Yes, sir. Gungunao. Automatically you will get there. Naval value system. That's something which is worth emulating. There is a value system, like whenever you get on a quarter deck, there's an officer on watch, and so on and so forth. Right? Go next one. Okay, this, what I'll do, read this life on a ship, understand this for whatever worth it is, because I find that bhook lagi hai sabko. Huh? So read this, understand this, assimilate it. So we take a break, we go quick chomp. Once you had your chow, we come back and resume there. Good to go for that? Happy with it thus far? Yes, sir. Yeah? How many of you are interested? How many of you are feeling sleepy? How many of you are feeling drowsy? How many of you are not interested? Or say, yaar, kya sun rahe bakwas paka raha hai? Yeah? Hands up, please. I'll be very happy with that. A very, very candid response. Yeah, nobody? Everybody is feeling excited. Everybody wants to join the armed forces. Yes, sir. Anji? Kaun se wali? Kaun si wali? देखा खत्म हो गई या चलो लेट्स गो बॉबी गुड we'll take a break now as the organizers have just given me a warning on the time and then subsequently we'll resume back. I hope to see the same strength after lunch. Yeah?
So thank you everyone, and we'll resume the talk of Shekhar sir at 2 o'clock. So sharp before
Really want to join the armed forces? Affirm properly. How many of you all want to join the armed forces? If I were you, I would have been standing on the goddamn chair and jumping. Yes, it's me. I want that kind of a Josh in you. Yeah? Yes, sir. Okay. We're there? Okay. Pre-lunch we had go back one slide. Pre-lunch we had spoken about the career choices that come up in the Navy, what Navy is all about, what life in the Navy was. This is where we stopped and we all went and had lunch. Now I presume that you are up for the next session, that is how to join the Navy, what are the various opportunities. I see a good number of girls seated here, so for you separate this thing is there. And subsequent to which we'll talk about the Air Force and the selection process involved therein. Yeah, next please. Where next? क्या वो दे रहे हो क्या remote? हाँ, first class, good. Technology is coming back to help me now. Haunt me or help me? Yeah, it's helping me, yeah. Right. So, types of commission we got here as two types of commission like what you have seen in the army also. A permanent commission and a short service commission. The best part about life is that it gives you the opportunity to select it short. Those of you all who want to have their dream get fulfilled, however get a little amount of exposure to the armed forces way of life or due to parental compulsions, because may I say that with great sense of responsibility, this thing is not a very happening thing in Maharashtra. Like what happens in Haryana, what happens in Punjab. You have families after families and generation after generation getting into the armed forces. I'm trying to say I'm a 6th gen, I'm a 7th gen and so on and so forth. Yeah? So that pressure is also one thing which acts in and therefore people try to join. But then एक बार ओखली में दे दिया सर तो कुचलने से क्या है डर? If you go by that, people after having gone in, they have this opportunity to leave, but most people don't leave. It's only those guys who are cut out for other things who choose to leave. But otherwise, largely people are contained, they carry on with it because of the things that we have already seen, the way of life, the opportunities which the armed forces provide and all of that. Right. So look at this now, types of commission, minimum 20 years. Basically, at 20 years you get pensionable. You have put in a service where you get pension after you retire. So a guy who goes into the armed forces at 21, who gets to be an armed forces officer, be it Army, Air Force, Navy, 20 years after he can put down his papers and look for a premature release. And that actually means that he is leaving a service at more or less a prime of his age, that 41, 42, with 20 years of managerial skill set on his hands. The perfect toast to be buttered by the corporate. Our corporates are actually waiting to pick up these kind of guys. Right? Because at 20 years of service, a fair amount of people who are going in for PMR are at the ranks of colonel or a few lieutenant colonels or half colonels as we call. Right? So just look at it. Choosing for a permanent commission also gives you the advantage of leaving the service at a particular point in time when you can still be picked by your corporates. Retirement benefits of course are there. Short service commission is again 10 to 14 years, 10 years extendable to 14 years, and after 14 years you still have an opportunity at certain times when you can look for a permanent commission thereafter. At one point in time it was a 5-year commission, then extendable by 5-year commission. Thereafter you could opt for a permanent or chuck, whichever way. Sorry, I'm using the word chuck in a very derogatory way, but then it's the way it is counted. Now, how there for the Navy, written examination is must for the permanent commission, followed by the SSB, which Most of all hear and talk. Most people talk SSB kar dunga, SSB kar dungi and all that. That's what it is. For the Short Service Commission, written examination in some fields, though I put it there as no written examination with a bladder for everybody, but then there are some fields where you have to have your written examination. Some are there where you can dispense with the written examination. Yeah? At the end of the day, merit is what counts. And let me tell you, we are no more archaic. That is to say, मेरे को 10th में 63% आया है, so therefore I'll be getting a school में दाखिला, and 10th 12th में मेरा 71 आया, 63 और 71 दोनों मिला के मेरे को ये फील्ड में पढ़ने को मिलेगा. That's all over. That's absolutely over. Every stage of your life is a battle, is a fresh battle to fight, a fresh statue to carve for yourselves. Irrespective of what you have done in the past, nobody bothers. Right? Padhai chahiye. Therefore, you need to have your 80s and 90s. But then, every place now, even post-graduation, now you have to go. Is there a written examination? Hello, students. Post-graduation के लिए written examination है कि नहीं?
Yes, sir.
Graduation के लिए examination है कि नहीं?
Yes, sir.
Just about 3-4 years back, there was no common entrance exams for the graduates. You just had to take your 12th का marks, say कि मेरा ये stream है, मेरे को जी दाखिला दे दो. जहाँ पे जगह मिल गया, दाखिला मिल गया. थोड़ा सा पैसा ज़्यादा है, pay, you get a choice of your college, or rather college of your choice. Yeah. So, merit is one thing which, guys, I would suggest, I would rather recommend, I would tell you people, at every stage you will have to reevaluate yourselves and create a fresh merit. Even after having joined the Indian Armed Forces as a commissioned officer, at the end of each year you have to reevaluate yourselves and re-merit yourselves, because if you find that you are not in the top notch of your batch, then you can start working for alternatives. As in, looking for an easy way out of the armed forces, pick a job outside. Picking a job outside is not that easy, so you need to develop your skill set depending on that. So फौज के अंदर थोड़ा सा कम ध्यान दोगे उस टाइम पे, अपने पढ़ाई के ऊपर ज़्यादा ध्यान दोगे, and you'll start attaining your graduation, your education, higher education. That's how we saw there in the armed forces. You tend to upscale yourselves. So, yeah, girls, this is for you all. They look better, right, boys? Boys, the girls look better, right?
Yes, sir.
The other guy wasn't as impressive as this girl is. What do you think? So look at these opportunities. Look smart. Now, this is the various types of entries that I have listed out. These are the various streams into which girls can get inside. However, if you want to go in for a permanent commission for women in the Navy, these are only the fields which permit that. So, in a way, you could say this, you have further restricted your choice there. Right? Okay, so we're done with the Navy part of it. We come on to the Air Force part of it. Right? Yeah, you come. Sorry. Now we're looking at the career opportunities into the Air Force. My little friends from the Air Squadron sitting here are waiting with a bated breath. What are we going to be exposed to? Because everyone wants to be a pilot. Anyone who doesn't want to be a pilot here? Yeah, Lama? You don't want to be a pilot?
I want to join the army.
You want to join the army?
Yes, sir.
You're welcome to join. You're welcome to join the army. Yeah, right. Yahi again, Angrezi, what you gain, it's all of the, what do you call, open media. Pick that. It's no different than what you saw in the Air Force, Army, and what you saw in the Navy. Just a little amount of jargon that fits in here because the flyboys like to keep themselves a little ahead of the things, right? Things like strength of character, strong moral compass. These are very much the things which are advocated in the other services as well. Look, get some entertainment now, some dose of adrenal pump. What you saw as combat arm there, those three which Yash, my friend, read, those ships which you saw or things, here you get to see the fighters. Yogita, you did this? Yeah? There are vintage aircrafts, there are aircrafts which have been grounded, there are aircrafts which are no more in service, but then they are part of it. Just so you know what is the inventory which is there. This is the LCA, HAL developed one, Mark 1, Mark 2, you all are aware, the latest one be the naval version which has had a deck landing very recently and a successful one at it. Yeah? These are some of the transport aircrafts, all of them in service, including the Avro HS748. In addition to this, we also have the latest inductions, which are almost a decade now, latest I call them, but one being the C-17 Globemaster, and you have the C-130 Hercules J, both of them into it. Am I right? Why, Bhavi? Why are you squinting in? I haven't spoken something wrong, I guess. Right. These are some of the helicopters in service. The Cheetahs and the Chetaks, Cheetahs and Chetaks, Elot French aircrafts, which are almost 5 decades into service. The latest one, which we lost about a couple of days back, is a Cheetah in Arunachal Pradesh. We got the Mi-17s, we got the Mi-35, Mi-25 being the attack helicopters. Add to it the latest Apaches. Now, one thing very funny about this is these helicopters, these Mi-35s and Mi-25, the pilots who fly them are not Air Force pilots alone. You have Army pilots also on deputation or a cross-link to them, and they fly them. And whenever you see a picture of a pilot, even not in his flying overalls but in his blues, and you get to see a red colored wing over his name tab, that's a clear indicator that this guy is a helicopter pilot to begin with. Second, he has had a stint with the attack helicopters. Right? That's how you recognize. They're a little stylish. These aircrafts are a little potent. They do a lot of things. So, why that? It's basically because when you divide airspace, you realize that some airspace is with the Air Force, some airspace is with the Army. These aircrafts, this is Mi-35s and Mi-25, so the Apaches for the day, they operate in the airspace that has been given in for the Air Force. And therefore, though purchased out of Army budget, they continue to be handled by the Indian Air Force. Right? There is one helicopter which is missing, that is the Mi-26. It's one squadron, rather I would say one flight, which is there dumped up in Chandigarh. It's a Herculean task to get the damn aircraft over also. So generally we discount it. It's very costly maintaining it. Yeah, this you all have seen the advanced light helicopter, state of the art helicopter which comes out in 3 to 4 variants. Full glass cockpit is there on it. So very agile, potent, suitable for all roles, suitable in all terrains. As I said, suitability, we have a aerobatic display team, Sarang, which is this aircraft. You must have seen this on the television in the various air shows or passing out parades and the other things that happen. I think last year they were here in Pune also, along with the SCATs. SCAT is Suryakaran Aerobatic Team. Now Embraer. Embraer is an aircraft which is largely a surveillance aircraft. You must have heard of an aircraft known as AWACS, right? So we do have one, but in addition to that, this is there. We can call it a Mitra, which is a surveillance aircraft. In the Navy, since I didn't show you the catalog of the naval inventory, they have a P-8I, which does the same job as this. Now coming on to Air Force, little thoda sa Angrezi, joint operations with Army and Navy, as if Army wasn't doing the same. I asked that fellow whoever said Marcos, Navy in J&K. But thoda sa Angrezi dalte hain, they try to say because they're a strategic asset. Air Force is a strategic asset because of their ability to be present in out of area contingencies in a short span of time due to their speed. So therefore they become a strategic asset. The moment they are strategic asset, they need to talk strategy. And that's why they say joint operations with Army and Navy. That's exactly what is happening there. You can see that. There's some flyboys sitting left, right and center, some helicopters trying to rappel down a couple of guys. Yeah. And of course the first one is a beach landing which is happening. Those are Army guys being launched off from a landing ship like an INS Amba or something like that. RPS, these are very much integral to the Air Force, the Navy and the Air Force and the Army. Searcher Mark 1 being the first aircraft we started, and now we have a plethora of this, including the hand-launched drones, 5 kilometer what you call radius of action. Aid to civil authorities, जब जहाज है तो फिर use कर लेते हैं. Army did that. So did the Navy and the Air Force. Why should it stay back? After all, it's got its. Now coming on to the most important part of it, after having seen a little bit of swag of the Air Force, is the types of commission that we talk of. The permanent commission and the short service commission. Again the same rule. What are the opportunities which are available? Have a look into it, read through it, and try to assimilate what you think you can. So those of you all get to see an advertisement which talks of inviting young aspiring candidates to the F within bracket P branch of the Indian Air Force. Do not get swayed away thinking they're asking you to become fighter pilots. No, they're calling you to become flying pilots. So having gone there as a cadet to the academy, trained, at one point in time you get to diversify, you get to break off and then get into your streams. It could be transport, it could be the choppers, or it could be the fighter stream. And then some dunks are there who do a tail touch, who do not clear their solo in time, they can black out. So those guys are assigned to other things like flying navigators. Then there are people also who become flying engineers. Why I am trying to put it here is, most of us have this little thing on our head, FP dekhte ke saath hi hum sare ke sare fighter pilot ban gaye. No. So these are the two technical branches into which the Air Force invites youth. One is electronics and mechanical. Pretty swaggy kinds. In addition to that, a whole list of ground duties which are there, what we talked of as logistics or services in the Army is what this is. Alright. And mind you, without any one of them being present, the charter of the Air Force is incomplete. So even we call them logistics, even we call as combat support, or we call them as services, all of them have got their own role assigned, and each one is, if not better, at par with the other. The three modes to enter into the flying branch as a graduate entry, there you are, CDSE, AFCAT, and guys for you, which is special entry for the NCC, and the fast track. This is what I was trying to refer a short while ago when we said done away, dispense away with the written examination. 10+2 of course is NDA is the only way that you can get into it. that is if you have the requisite gumption. This is of course those two engineering branches which I showed you. That is how it is. Hi, how are you doing? Good? Right. Okay, now GD branches, again, AFCAT examination. This is how you get inside. See, I'll get you the literature, I'll send you literature to your institutions, including the flyers. So you get, of course, from the website too, you can get it. But then here you just need to understand that these avenues are available to you. So finally, a life larger than life. Fauj ne kya bola? What did Fauj say? It's a way of life. What did the Navy say? And what did the Air Force say? At the end of the day, taste is gulab jamun. Now, देख लीजिए ये भी वही करते हैं जो हम करते हैं, इनको भी वही स्टाइल मिलता है जो उनको मिलता है, या but then थोड़ी बहुत some values there also. We have seen some values in the Navy, right? Navy वालों के भी हमने values पढ़े थे. Air Force का ये है. Okay, now guys, here we come to this point. जितने अभी हमने रंगीन तस्वीर वगैरह देखा, whatever we spoken, the basic things that you need to go through to be able to make a grade are these 4 steps. In a short while ago, I did mention the importance of merit, the importance of re-evaluating oneself at each stage to arrive at a merit that is comprehensibly fitting into your scheme of things. So that's why it's in a different shade of color. But otherwise you realize the first 3 things are generally the things which every one of us will have to make it. Written tests for these things happen twice in a year, be it NDA, be it AFCAT, be it CDS. So you have these notifications coming through the government portal, take it out and do it. Here I get you into the written test part of it, where you have a paper, written test hota hai. It's essential that you prepare for your written test after you carry out a little analysis of your paper. How does it figure in there? Again, these are semantics which keep shifting from place to place, time to time, paper to paper, depending upon who sets it. Somebody cranky like me does it, doesn't like mathematics, he puts something else. Okay. Thereafter, once you are finished with your written examination, whenever it happens, you called in for a selection procedure known as the Services Selection Board. That, except for the NCC cadets who get an alpha grade in NCC C certificate and have been in the merit, everybody else can only enter an SSB once they have cleared a written examination. The only people who will be permitted to enter that without having to face written examination are the C certificate holders, which you all will be in days to come. If you aspire to get an alpha grading in that, you are dispensed with those 300 marks of agony. That's point number 1. And unfortunately, I don't see any people here who are into the JAG, legal system, legal studies. So the JAG branch is another branch of the Indian Army which dispenses off with the requirement of having to appear in a written examination. बाकी सबको written करना है. So Services Selection Board में जब पहुंचते हैं, these are fairly couple of things that happen, which in a while I presume we'll get a clearer idea as to what all they imply. But fairly, these are the tests that we have over a period of 5 days. A good time to actually carry out one kind of a reality check. When I say reality check, we all thrive by the fact that I'm a very social animal. Yeah, I can guzzle in 4 pitchers. I can, poof away 2 packs of cigarettes. Hash is my left hand thing, and so on and so forth. That's because you are in the company of your known people with whom you grew all the while. But out there when you go, you are the lone guy. You don't have people coming to you from probably your state too, leave alone your district. So how you marry up there, how you match up there, how you connect, how you bond, how you pair, how quick is what decides the selection rate. Except probably the first one, which is that intelligent test which we are talking of, and a psychological test which is there, which is different. Rest everything has got to do with group. And how well and how fast you are doing it will determine how successful you are there, right? So hone up those skills. Finally, an officer in the Indian Army. I thought this guy was much better than the girl we saw in the Navy. Yeah? Yes, yeah? Yes, how many for it? Give me a chair. Yeah, loud one. How many of you? Yeah, girls. Impressive? Yes, sir. I don't think so. Look at the guy, look at his Josh after he passes out, how he jumped, just taking the little leap. Huh? By the way, can anybody spot some girls in here? Where? On the top? Good. That is to say, girls or boys, वर्दी वही पहनोगे, खाओगे वही, करोगे वही. Okay? Then these are some of the qualities which are required in an army officer, which again is no boner and nothing very secretive available to you on this thing. Whole aim of flashing it is a revision. Catch hold of 5-6 of them, try to develop those and project those. Yeah? So at the end of the thing, what they look for is been listed here, because that in a way takes us to the next scheme of things, and the next scheme of things being a panel discussion in which you will be brought about these things and brought to speed. We have a strong panel, we will be doing that in a while. Yeah? So this is what they will be looking for. So at the end of the day, we have covered all the three. So firstly, we started with the what do you call uniformed forces. Then I said no, I'll keep it to you, armed forces, because that is where I belong. And then we visited the Air Force, we visited the Navy, we visited the Army, and then I leave it to you, the choice you make. I'm not here to sell a particular arm or service, because without the other, we wouldn't be complete. So read this quote in all silence and try to take it back to that little incident which I made to you, referral of pre-lunch, the 21-year-old guy, a young officer at Zubar, how he immortalized himself, choosing that over his colleague. So that's where. I'll leave it there, and I'll open myself to be dissected by you guys the way you want to. Please throw your questions. It will be a pleasure taking them on. सवाल पूछेगा, जवाब देने की चेष्टा रखते हैं, कोशिश करेंगे. Yeah, my girl, JW. No? Yeah, come. Why I chose Indian Army? Because I was a misfit into the Indian Air Force and I never liked the Navy. I am from the coastal area, I detest Navy. I can't keep myself wet all the time. I love the Air Force, but I had serious issues by which I couldn't take a cockpit. That's how, at the beginning when I said what were my adventure activities, I said aviation sports, hot air ballooning, when I'm solo. Because there, the effects are not as pronounced as they would be in a cockpit. So when these two were over, the option was Army. Yeah? But then, if I've chosen Army, no regrets. Give me one more life, I would be here. Probably standing this way, in this very uniform. Sons of brass with more brass, whichever way. Well, be in all evidence to stand in front of you. That's for sure. Yeah. More questions? Huh?
Sir, do you still have some goals or aims?
Goals and aims. If I didn't have a goal, if I didn't have an aim, probably I would be in that photo frame. Yeah? I had one more guy stand there. Kaun tha? Jo khada. Achha, you got there to the mic. Someone else? And by the way, we have one distinguished officer who's not in uniform sitting amongst us. May I request your standing up for a minute? Let's put our hands together for a minute. Yeah. She is a colleague in arms. Okay? Olive green. And ask her, she says, yeah. One more life, I'll get into the olive green. Yeah? Some more questions? No more questions, girls? हमने सोचा यार अभी okay fine मेरे को अभी समझ में आ गया क्यों. Now it is the dal which is speaking. Stand up all of you. Stand. Oh, loves this. Stand quick. Sit. Not. Stand. हाँ तूने सोचा तेरे को दिखूंगा नहीं मैं हैं? Sit down. Yeah. Do I take it that we don't have any more questions? Yeah.
So
What is fast track selection? Fast track selection, especially you have not seen that in the Air Force, in the Navy, you haven't seen in the Army. Air Force is a smaller organization with almost 58,000 odd people there and a very fast decay rate. So whenever there is a particular shortage, especially when you take the technical sphere, the pilots who take care of the engineers, take care of the navigators, and you're not having ample resource within the resource to fulfill that, then there is an emergency kind of a this thing. Therefore, you don't wait for so long, or you don't wait for an examination pattern to be pulled out and thereafter get them. So you go to a campus, pick up a few guys, put them through a kind of system. Broadly speaking. Yeah. Don't look for that. Then never to happen. It's good on the paper on the slide. करो मेहनत करो फास्ट ट्रैक में मत जाओ छोटा रहता है फिर yes sir come
What was your question? Can you repeat it once again?
hello
Sir, I was asking at this point of time, do you still have some goals?
Fine. Remember, there are 4 stages of career. Right now, you all are in exploration stage of a career, ranging from 15 years to 28 years. You all are students, you are exploring, fine, joining NCC, trying to get information about how to join armed forces, other uniform forces. Thereafter, from 28 to 45, that is called establishment phase of a career. Means whichever career you have chosen, you start getting established. Then from 45 to 55 is a mid-career stage. And above 55, we consider it is a late career stage. Friends, you have to keep your aims, goals as you start going up in the ladder, whether it is a corporate sector or whether it is army. The question which you asked for a senior colonel, he is going to retire in month of May. He has already goals. What he intend to do, fine. I am now 69, just completed. Still I have my goals for next year, what I intend to do. Because unless and until you keep some goals ahead, you don't move, you are not active. And you have to be active. Even for in HR, we used to conduct, sessions for post-life, post-retirement, how to spend a life and how to keep your goals, fine. So goal setting is throughout your life. Whatever, it's not goal means to get a job or something, no. You can do a social service, you can be a help to community, you can train youngsters, something like that. So goal is throughout your life. Fine? Have I answered you? Thank you.
That's typically how a professor would answer a question. Alright? But then, what you got an answer was from a military man. Try and understand that, why I say that. About 15 minutes back, we talked something about merit. Did I talk of something known as annual evaluation? Evaluation amongst your peers where you are. Recalibrate yourselves. If you are going to make it, be there. If you are not making it, look at the other alternatives through which you make yourselves fit to get out and then look at life in a different perspective. Yeah? So that's how we are alive. That's how I said that merit. That's how I said that evaluation. That's why I said. So at each stage, you got to have something to live, na? तेरे को सवाल पूछना था तभी इधर बैठा है, नहीं तो you wouldn't have been here, right? At your age, you are expected to have picked on to these little tidbits and registered it. That's how your mind is supposed to be working. Yeah. Some more. How we space for time?
I think we can close and then start the panel within.
Yeah, within 5 minutes, fine.
We'll get little more buffer for panel.
Yeah, I know. I want more time on the panel, sir, actually. Right, guys? Thanks. Yeah. Which activities you want to do for increasing leadership? Yeah, you tell me. No, I want to listen from you. I want to know what's your perspective of leadership. Then I can talk of leadership.
सर एक तो है जो हम सोसाइटी में रहते हैं तो उन हर एक के साथ मैनेज करना है हमें एक फिर भी अगर हम मतलब बडीज को नहीं ना लीड कर सकते तो उसके लिए हम क्या कर सकते हैं?
बडीज को क्यों नहीं लीड कर सकते? The fact that you are a 3-striper, you are from which squad, which unit?
36 Maharashtra Battalion.
Oh shit, you're from 36, fine. So you are a 3-striper. Sergeant है ना?
Yes sir.
What does that mean?
Sir.
मतलब मुफ्त में देन है क्या कि तू आ गया भाई जो लगा ले तू 3 फीती
नहीं सर
मामू बना तेरे को नहीं ना so you have it in you. That's what I was telling right in the morning. I told you guys, every one of you have got it. Every single one of you have got all those qualities which we flashed in the morning and we spoke about, albeit some are in abundance, some are little suppressed. Those in abundance which are counterproductive to you will be sliced. Those which have been suppressed will be aired so that they are developed. And a fine mix and match of these two will be brought out at the end of your girls' 9 months. Your what do you call IMA guys, about 18 months. I don't see anybody who's worth it for the NDA unless somebody here is looking for an NDA examination. So for them 4 years. So everybody has got it in you. You have to identify it yourselves. And how do you identify yourselves? Is this. The guy who's asked me how do I hone my leadership skills? He himself is a leader. That is to say, he has never trusted himself. If he trusted himself, he would have been proud of his 350. I was proud of a single 50 when I had one. Because I got 10 people under me. So if there are 10 people under me, कुछ भी मैं करवा सकता हूँ. चलो यार आज सारे के सारे मेरे घर के सामने ये साफ करते हैं. घर के सामने as in not exactly घर. Yes. So the mere fact that I've taken a decision to do it and I've led these 10 people to do a common job is leadership. If nothing, the teacher has not come. चल यार चलो कैंटीन में जाते हैं, वहाँ के जाके चाय पीते हैं और थोड़ा सा बन मस्का मारते हैं. You say it and few people follow you, you're a leader. Right? The quality is there. Now, where you are putting the leadership skill of yours, it's a $1 million question. You can put it constructively, you can put it destructively. Yeah.
Is it a good thing to answer the question, the bigger leader or your officer?
Is it a
good thing to question bigger officer?
Well, if I would With due respect, sir, Chitle sir. With due respect, because you and I have been taught from that times when it was never to question a order. This thing is to do or die. Just do it. That was those times. But then modern days, different mindsets, different societal impacts, different training, different thought processes, different egos. With all of that thing, Agassi sir is also here. Yeah. You question a particular thing, please be rest assured. The corporates are tuned to take it. The corporates are tuned to take a question from a subordinate. But the military way of working doesn't permit it to be questioned. You know why? You know why? Had that Havaldar that day questioned this 21-year-old, both of them would have been dead, because both of them would have been arguing. And had that Havaldar won the debate and charged, there would have been a widow and probably 2 orphans to the world. So the decision that officer has taken at that point in time as a leader, after so many years of methodical training and upscales, therefore, in this organization, as a norm, we don't question, we do express concern by a way of a mechanism which is there inbuilt. You say it, you discuss it for a one time, thereafter you have to abide by it. So questioning a leader or questioning a leadership decision in the military is not a very sane thing to do, because at the end of the day you have to understand that guy had something, that's why he's been put as a leader, and that at that point in time this is what is acted. So he's writing his obituary or he's writing his citation, either way. Yeah, done with it? Yeah, I have girl also, come. Why should I stop you from?
Women working in the armed forces as of now are restricted to fewer people. Are restricted to fewer fields.
Yes.
Do you think with time the more and more fields would allow entries for girl cadets to join them?
Of course. Is the doubt like? Your mom's time there was no entry into the armed forces. Your time there is. Few fields are open. Your daughter will get more opportunities and more fields. Hope, nothing wrong. But hope with some sensibility in it. Hope with some sensibility in it. That's a very, very important thing. Girls are on board ships. We have logisticians, logistic officers on board ships, going on cruises and sails for about 6 months. Fine. Girls, my friend here will say, you are from Sappers, right? Oh, lovely, good. So, there are girls from the AC, Army Service Corps, Service Corps. They take off a convoy. They take off a convoy, single, of about 180 odd vehicles as a convoy commander. They start at a place called Pathankot. And over the next 8-9 days, they got no friend to talk to. Because as colleagues of a school, college, you fraternize between the boys and the girls. But there you are the only officer and then the only woman. So किसके साथ क्या कितना बात करोगे? Right? एक वो. दूसरा चीज आता है. This is something which we have practically experienced. You start from a particular point in those hilly terrain. As a man, I have given ample opportunities to relieve myself and there is no questions asked. Just look at that woman. Till she reaches a convoy area, she reaches a transit facility. She's all up there. Now what? Issue is not that she is there. Issue is how is it impacting her physical health. Getting my point? So do you really think that sans these kind of considerations, we should be taking this calls, okay, we're open, come. Right? What do you think is more dangerous? What do you think is more dangerous? Gorging off eyes of some person and leaving them to die? Or putting through a girl through an assault and then leaving her? Which of the two are more cruel? Yeah? So do you really think Saurabh Kalia, who was gouged off or was cut into pieces and thrown away, was discovered after about 11 days, had an honorable death, than a girl who would have been in his place and got violated in a different form and left to live life with that pain? Yeah? So where do we look at it? The enemy has got to know this thing. When I say enemy, I am not pointing to any direction. I am the enemy of my Western adversary. I am the enemy to the Eastern adversary. Like he is my enemy. So enemy is enemy. I have not pointed fingers to a particular country. है ना? तो ये सारे चीजों को ध्यान में रखते हुए, if you realize कि what is good, how the things over a period of time evolve, and let me tell you, scientifically, today we see all pot-bellied third graders and second graders, which wasn't a norm a couple of years back. That is not because of anything. That is because of the way we tinkered with our agri products. Wheat, which was an annual produce, taken off for 3 to 4 producers in an annum, tinkered, the DNA has been tinkered. Your metabolism, your own DNA is made up in a way to absorb food in a particular fashion. When this has been tinkered with, your body is not absorbing it, it is what is creating the flab in you. Added to that, other stresses like what you call screen presence, comfort zone of your air-conditioned room, not being able to walk to the bus stand because you have a car to be dropped at the school. All these things are there, of course. But then, at the center of it, these kind of things happen. So over a period of time, you never know how girls will evolve to be adaptable to these kind of situations which I have spoken. It could be mindset. Yeah? Yeah. Thank you so much, lovely audience. And it was a pleasure bringing home to you these things. Have a good time. Look forward to you and your what you call growth in NCC as well as service. God bless.
तुम्ही काय बोलताय का पहिल्यांदा? हां चला बोल.
So, moving on with the panel discussion, I request Mr. Ashish Sangle sir to felicitate the chairperson of this panel, Dr. Captain Shekhar sir. Biodata किधर है? An ex-NCC cadet, 3rd Maharashtra Naval Unit, commissioned in Fort Dogra Regiment in August 1976, served for 5 years, left due to injury in Commando Corps. He worked 12 years in industry, associated with rehabilitation of disabled soldiers. Now, I request Chairperson Dr. Captain Shekhar sir to felicitate the discussants of this panel.
Respected retired Colonel Deepak Agashe sir. He got commissioned in 1978 in Garka Rifles. He got 26 years of service. He spent 9 years in Kashmir, 6 years in insurgency in area of Nagaland. Then he participated in insurgency and anti-terrorism operations. He retired in 2003. He also represented Maharashtra in Republic Day Parade in 1999. He was a DIC Rajput Parade officer in charge 2000. Under his guidance, Maharashtra has won best contingent for 4 simultaneous years. Respected Captain Vishakha Bosle ma'am. She is from OIC Legal Cell. Commissioned on 7 September 2019 from OTA Chennai. Commissioned into Judge Advocate General's Branch of Indian Army.
Respected Mrs. Sabha Sayyed Hublikar ma'am. She is a Managing Director of Talent Sphere, Center for Counseling and Education.
Request Honorable Dr. Geeta Shinde ma'am to felicitate the guest of honor for the day.
No. You can carry on with the panel discussion.
First time they are doing. No issue. Good evening. I welcome all esteemed panel members. We have exactly 55 minutes for the discussion. We'll have sequence like this. We'll ask Captain Vishakha Madam to talk about physical fitness preparation. Then Madam Sabha Madam will take about psychology, and then Colonel Deepak will Agashe will talk about leadership and OLQ. We try to give you maximum inputs during this panel, if time permits. Maybe 5-10 minutes question answer, but at 3:45 I have to stop because validity will start half an hour thereafter, and I have to vacate this auditorium by 4:30. That is the mandate. So I request Vishakha Madam, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I guess I recognize some of you. I've spoken with all of you on 8th as well. So a very common question that I had come across that day, or even during my general interaction with people who are aspiring to join the forces, who are doing NCC or not NCC, the first thing that comes to everyone's mind is, am I physically good enough to be selected? And if I'm not, so what do I have to do to get selected? So let me just give you the good news first. All of you, trust me, since you are in the NCC, you are doing your C certificate, trust me, all of you are much better off than your peers from the outside. Having trained with a lot of my NCC course mates, having trained under some of my NCC seniors in the academy, all of them were much better off than the rest of us. I have done NCC only at the school level. So, you know, when I went into the academy, I had these inhibitions myself. So when I saw the way my other peers, who were through the NCC entry, the way they were able to adapt, that is the main thing that you will be facing in the academy, is how quickly you are able to adapt to the rigors that the academy puts you through. And trust me, all the cadets who had come through the NCC entry, they were much better off than anyone. So at that point, let me just tell you, all of you have the lead. So now coming to the point as to what all things you should be doing, what all things you need to keep in mind. During your all these NCC training courses, I'm sure all of you are already being put through a lot of physical activities. So just make sure that you don't take it as a task, you don't take it as a punishment. Okay, I'm doing my NCC certificate, I want to earn some good merits here and hence I have to do it. No. It is just make sure that you inculcate it in your lifestyle as your part of life. Just like you're waking up, you're having your food, you're sleeping. Physical activity is also a very important part, a regular part of your life. Now what specifically you have to do, there is no one specific thing or a specific channel. It depends on, everybody's body is different. Everybody's adaptability style, adaptability time is different. Whatever suits your body best, just keep in mind that you have to just keep pushing your limit. At the point where you feel that yes, I've reached my body's limit, that is where you have to push it a little further. But you don't push it to an extent that you cause damage to your body. So that pushing has to be very gradual. For example, if you're used to running say 2 kilometers, after a month or so, you try to improvise yourself, you try to run another kilometer. Thereafter, you increase some more. After a point when you start feeling that no, this is it, my body has reached the peak, that is where you push yourself. Now this is with respect to the general endurance, how you can better yourself. Now coming to the specifics, with respect to academy, it's all basic. Be it running, be it ground training, what we call, that is say push-ups, pull-ups, chin-ups, toe touches. All these are very basic. You don't need to go to any gyms. You don't need to subscribe to any of those memberships or take all those protein supplements. No, all the peers that I have known, I don't think anybody has done all this to be good enough. All of you right now are capable enough. Even today, if I am sure, if I do, 1 day of training with you people that we do in the academy, all of you are going to survive. So as such, you all are physically fit enough. It's just that you ensure that you don't, stop it at a point and then pursue it only because I have to get selected. Make it a part of your routine. It has to be just like sleeping is a part of your routine, eating is a part of your routine. Any kind of physical activity has to be part of your routine. So if there is anything specific you want to know, you can just ask that to me towards the end when we have the question answer session. So we'll just move ahead with the psychological part so that we can come to this part later. I'll just hand over the mic to ma'am.
Hello everybody, good afternoon. I think most of you all have seen me at headquarters. And you might have understood what kind of trainings we were giving to BCs, right? So I was just thinking, because most of the faces I am able to, I recollect that I've seen on headquarters. So psychometrics, right? Psychometric, the word itself is, it is measuring your psyche, right? So when I was coming here, or when I was invited, I was thinking, what should I talk? Because most of the cadets or anybody nowadays, whoever is aspirant for any kind of exam, they generally browse, they generally go through all these YouTube videos, right? And you must have. SSB means first thing, browse, understand. There are n number of videos which are actually talking about all these tests, whether it is thematic appreciation, whether it is IQ, or whether it is situation reaction. But here, I'm not going to talk about what is it exactly, because as I said, there are in-depth YouTube videos by even the professors. One thing what I had strategized when we were training these best cadets, because they have also undergone similar kind of training like SSB. I tried to, believe me, I actually tried to keep their originality intact. That is what my message will be for you all. Generally what happens, you all are undergoing those YouTube videos and you are listening to various people and their strategies, and you might have even understood like what is exactly thematic appreciation test, which is a clinical test, which is to understand, it is called a projective test. It tries to understand your psyche. But believe me, all the psychometrics, they are used globally, irrespective of culture, irrespective of the language, irrespective of even the borders. They are made in such a way that even if somebody tries to really manipulate, you cannot, you are caught. Because the flow is such that again similar kind of situation will be given. If it is contradicting in whatever you are telling previously, they are going to understand that you are kind of manipulating the situation. That is not going to help you. When I say originality, your originality, every person, I was listening to Colonel Shekhar when he said that each one of you has potential to really crack this and become officers. Any exam, whether it is SSB, CDS, AFCAT or even UPSC, because most of you all might be keeping UPSC, MPSC as your fallback plan. Every exam is having certain type of, you should have certain type of strategy. But for that, the most important thing is you have to understand yourself, which Colonel Shekhar already mentioned. When I say you have to understand yourself, it means you should have, that is the first day of our training also, we do SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis means you have to understand what are my strengths as a cadet, as an aspirant, as a student. What are my weaknesses? Strengths, definitely you have to feel confident, you have to use your strengths. But weaknesses, because you all having maybe 1 year, few of you all having some months, maybe November, somebody is facing SSB. Weaknesses you have to start working upon. Weakness is not, I'm not telling just in terms of you as an individual. When you are facing any kind of exam, like all these 4 aspects, whether it is written exam, physical, psychometric, and your last is interview group discussion. You have to do your SWOT based on this. I'm good at what? GD, interview, communication skills, or my physical strength, what exactly? And that SWOT is very, very helpful for you to strategize yourself. When I say strategize, means every exam, I always say, when you are developing your own strategy, there should not, believe me, all these academies, whatever they are teaching, I am talking about coaching of CDS, FSB and all that. What they're trying to have a same kind of structure for all the students. Actually, they all are unique. There's not a single person, as she said, that you cannot apply the same strategy to each and every cadet or each and every aspirant. Because every person is unique. So you have to understand what is tested in your GD, what is tested in your personal interview, what is tested in your psych test. Psychological testing, as I told, is to understand your personality, your psyche. Very, very important thing. You have to first believe in your strengths, believe in your self-esteem, like I can do it. Automatically, you will start having that optimism. You will start having that positive approach towards life in general. Psychometric is not to just test you as an officer or particular situation how you are going to react. If you will see those pictures, they are not related to armed forces or some type of typical situations. they are the situations of life in general. You might see some girl gazing at something, or some child and a mother, or something like that. How optimistic you are. Are you having any kind of negative thoughts? That is what will be reflecting in whatever you are going to write. So my, you can say, message to each one of you will be very, very positive about the life in general. Automatically it will, the same kind of attitude will be reflecting in your write-ups of TAT. Whether it is situation reaction, whether it is TAT, automatically that fighting spirit or optimism or positive attitude, confidence will be reflecting. You don't need to learn anything. You don't need to manipulate it. In fact, it is worst thing what you can do. Secondly, I always say, like, if it is supposing GD, group discussion, you have to understand each of the thing, like group discussion, why it is there. I think I have 10 more minutes or maybe 5 more minutes. Even the cadets, I've never taught that this is the topic and you have to talk this way. I have never given them ready-made content. She's nodding the head, Asta Singh. Because I just pumped in abundance, confidence in them, self-esteem. Yes, you can do it. And very, very important thing, GD is for understanding your initiative taking, your listening ability, your leadership. For that, it's not knowledge testing. Interview is for what? Your understanding your opinion. So you might be thinking how we are going to really prepare for it. That is the main important question. Just start expressing your views, your opinions, even in buddy groups, even within your peer group, even at home, any situation of life. I know very well each child or each, even now you all are quite grown up. So everybody is having some view, some opinion about the situations. It can be any situation, political maybe situation, maybe your home environment, means maybe somebody wants to go for a tour, or even if you want to, sometimes even you discuss like which movie to go in your peers, which restaurant to go for having some meal or something, which lecture to bunk, even that can be the discussion, right? So every situation, each one of you has some opinion. Just start expressing without having that, that fear or that hesitation that somebody will judge you. If you will start expressing, the same habit you will have when any topic will come, you will have any question will come, you will have your opinion about it. Even in GD, you will have some perspective about yours. I want, keep your, whatever your thoughts, your views, your opinions, original. Copy pasting, it's understandable because the judges or the juries, the interviewer, they're so expert that they understand. Academy-wise answer pattern is seen actually. So be expressive, put forward your opinion without hesitation, and be open for others to listen. Listening is very important. Unless and until you don't, you are not open to listen others, you are not going to, others won't be able to, right? You can't expect somebody will really listen. So absorb. This is the time. Do your group discussion. Peer discussion means like while studying, while preparing, I'm telling. Group discussions really help you. Group discussion means peer discussion. We say peer learning. That is the most important because you might come to know about others' view which you never have imagined. And that is how you grow. That is how your perception opens up. And that is how your chances of having some unique point or out of the box thinking will be there. Because in GD generally it happens that by the time your turn comes, all the points are over. There is possibility that you learn maybe Indo-China something relationships or something topic is there. You have already mugged up, or you already have formed, okay, these are my topics or my view will be there, and suddenly it happens that all the points are gone and you don't have anything. That time, this habit of having this opinion, views, you can even catch hold of someone's point and have your own personal opinion. You can even give example of your own life. Many situations happens whenever you are giving your own example, you are like you stand out. But this can't be a strategy. This should be your habit. This should be your habit amongst the peers, in the classroom, maybe in the mock test or mock GD rounds, or even at home. So that this habit of being expressive or putting forward your opinion is going to help you in either it is interview or it is group discussion. Somebody asked about the leadership. I was having a lot of I should speak, okay. So leadership, as Colonel said, it is not just that somebody can really put you on job or some group training or something. Leadership, start taking initiatives at your level. Initiative taking, not just here, but even in corporate, initiative taking is becoming very, very, very important quality. As you will start taking initiative, put forward your opinions, network, take them together, automatically you are going to be evolving as a leader. There is no any strategy, there is nothing, just remove all these inhibitions or maybe your something which is, I always call it inner critic. Every person has inner critic. Each one of you, maybe somebody will say, I'm too tall, no I am too short, I am too lean, my shoulders are not broad, maybe I have some flaps. These are inner critics and they keep you pulling back. So whenever you even come across these TAT pictures, you don't overthink a lot. If you are having super confidence, self-esteem, positive mindset and optimism, I don't think so you have to even overthink, oh my God, why this picture is there, what they're expecting out of me, and if I write this, what will happen? You are going to be trapped in that vicious cycle of negativity. Because your inner critic is there, which is going to pull you back. So just whatever you feel, just have that positive approach and just write it down. Same thing as situation reaction. Don't try to project some unrealistic approaches, which you feel like, like if you're going to dramatize something, that you are going to impress the one who is going to really assess your paper or some answer sheet. Don't try to dramatize. Try to connect. That is how. Even in interview, each one of the cadets I used to tell. However, content, interview is face to face. It is actually connecting human to human. That human to human bond you are connecting, right? So you can't throw content or just the information without having that connect, right? Because it is so one-on-one, it is so four of you, but you are four of them, but you are just one person. You are talking. Never forget one thing, be very, very genuine and authentic. That message I had given to even Asta Singh, I'm giving to each one of you. Be genuine. Even if you say like, sorry sir, I've never heard this question, or I don't know, I cannot, it's fine, they're going to appreciate. Don't try to cover up your weaknesses. They are experts. They understand. They've seen thousands of cadets or aspirants. So you can't cover up your mistakes or your faults or your flaws. Now you can have that SWOT analysis and start working on your weaknesses. But don't try to cover up in front of jury or interviewer or officer. Accept, be genuine, be authentic. You never know. Even that, what do you call, बोलते हैं ना, हिंदी में बोलते हैं आपकी कौन सी अदा किसको पसंद आएगी बता नहीं सकते. So, 4 things. Confidence, yes. And I have done this exercise with all the cadets that every day morning, get up, look yourself in the mirror and say, I'm the best. And I can achieve whatever I decide to achieve. Practice it. Even I do it on daily basis. Confidence or self-esteem. Of course, Colonel has spoken a lot about merit, hard work. But I will say be genuine and authentic. That's it from my side. Thank you so much. Wish you all the best.
Hello. Hello. Good points, ma'am. She talked about SWOT, strength, weakness, opportunity, threat. Again, management over here. I consider strengths are assets and weaknesses are liabilities. Strengths are required to be added value and weaknesses are required to be weeded out. I think, and proper strategy is required to be followed. All those students who are coming from Marathi medium, probably they won't say, but Marathi speaking and not confidence in English is a weakness. Develop. Because ultimately you have to face interview in English. I am from Sant NMB. I always call it Sant NMB, Nutan Marathi Vidyalay. Colonel Shekhar, that is also good interesting, you know. Whenever I joined army, the other officers say I am from St. Thomas, St. Paul, St. John. And if I say I am from NMB, they say, which school, which school? Then I said, okay, abhi hum bhi kuch karenge. So I am from St. NMB. Good points, we'll cover it up. Deepak, over to you.
Good evening, all honorable guests, Brigadier Mitra, Colonel Shekhar, all officials of Pune NCC headquarters, and my dear cadets. I was really having a problem what to speak to you, especially after hearing Brigadier Mitra and Colonel Shekhar. I think most of the points of leadership traits, OLQs, how one to develop have been brought out very nicely. My job was actually, they have made it very difficult or very simple. Very simple in a way, I just can say that they all have brought it out, I have nothing else to say. But it is not so. I always say that leadership qualities or traits or OLQs and all, I myself have divided into 3 categories. There are certain traits or qualities which are born, inborn, which may relate to your personality, your physical standards, your looks, your height, your size and shape. Certain qualities are developed. The way you are brought up from your childhood to your grooming years, right up to the graduation, or when they make it equally good, qualified for you to appear for any type of examination, whichever career you decide to choose. And certain qualities I always consider are adopted, maybe at the later stage. When you start mingling, working, supervising, looking after your juniors, looking upwards to your seniors, you start picking up certain qualities. And those come under, you feel like adopting those qualities. Yes, I should have this, I should behave like this, I should stand like this, I should work like this, I should be more sincere in my efforts. Those are those adopted qualities. But at your age, as an NCC cadet, after spending about 7 years as a cadet and 3.5 to 4 years as NCC commanding officer, closely related to training of RD contingent of Maharashtra and Karnataka. Then I realized that in spite of carrying out such a very harsh selection, there is a very tough competition amongst especially 4 states. I'm sure you all will agree. Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. Invariably these 4 contingents, they fight amongst each other for half a point, 1 point. And when I look back, why people go wrong in these things, then I realize the absolutely basic qualities, what we are taught right from our schooling or childhood, that is getting up well in time in the morning to give you maximum time of the day for you to work, putting your best in those times, which makes you maximum time available. After getting up, how you dress up, what dress you are supposed to wear, that is the attire, dress to the occasion. If you don't get up in time, you are bound to get late for your various daily routines. That daily routines puts you in effect, that invites some punishments. As an NCC cadet, I'm sure all those reporting late to the parades and camps and all, or even your daily usual parades, NCC parades, anyone coming late, reporting late, the senior hand officers, the sergeants, or the PI staff and others, they must be punishing you. Am I right? Yes, so that means your punctuality has not developed to that core, that you are always 100% punctual. Make it a point to be there at a given time, maybe rather 5 to 10 minutes early, to cater for any unwarranted eventualities from place A to place B. If you are starting from your home and parade is at Ferguson College or say university, the distance between, the traffic in between, the signals in between, which were not there during our time. I used to start from place A. Parade ground was group headquarters or BMCC. Distance was about 5 to 6 kilometers from my home, and we used to cycle. If I tell you cycle, I am sure the 100% of you will be surprised. Sir, you used to come on cycle from this place. You people have motor vehicles now, scooters, motorcycles. Time you save, but then the traffic is much more. So you got to have the time and space calculated. Never get late on the parades. So the punctuality is very important. The dress you wear. While coming on parade, I'm sure you all are coming in NCC uniform, or a couple of them, I have seen them carrying it in the packs and changing at the parade ground, because they feel shy of coming in NCC uniforms. They are in uniform, they are hesitant to break the rules. The rules says that follow the traffic signals. It's better you wear a normal civil dress and don't follow the traffic signals if you are getting late and reach in time for the parade. That is no NCC cadet. I won't consider it as a good habit. So you got to cater for that. How you wear your uniforms. You must have been taught by your PI staff how to wear a beret, how to wear a belt, the rear side loops, whether it should be pointing upwards or downwards, the hackle should be straight or angled, how to wear a beret. So if you wear NCC uniform correctly, why not wear other attires properly? Make that as a habit. Everything, whatever you wear or put on a dress to the occasion, suiting to the occasion. While in uniform, I'm sure you must be carrying certain items. But then why not when you are in civils? The best habit, just few days back I conducted a lecture of one unit. I just asked, you just took out your handkerchief from your pockets. If I ask here now, I'm sure 50% or more than that will not have a handkerchief with them. That's a quality you got to carry. It has got a lot of meaning, lot of use. You may not need it on that particular day, but then it is required when a time or emergency comes. It helps a lot. In a hurry, your socks are different. Your uniform socks are given, but you consider that my trouser is long enough, the socks won't be visible. So in a hurry, if it is not washed properly, you put on some other color socks on uniform and you attend the parade. No. These are the very minor habits, but if you are selecting a very selective, competitive life, you will have to learn these things right from beginning. A torn button, a hanging thread, a beret thread hanging behind your head. All these things are taught, but you don't follow it. Either you don't feel like following it or you are not realized. So here comes, you have the quality, but those are not demonstrated qualities. Like everybody says, like Colonel Shekhar also said that you have it in you, but unless you demonstrate it, the person who's watching you, person who's selecting you, person who's looking at you, he won't realize whether this person has got those qualities or not. So you got to demonstrate it by your performance. On main road, while in uniform or not in uniform, follow the traffic rules. I have seen number of NCC cadets getting late, or maybe it is their habit. 3 people on a motorcycle, 3 cadets. Couple of months back, I had to call up the local ANO because I happen to be from the same college and tell him, brief them on this. It is not you are violating the rule. It is the person who is watching you. He gets a very wrong, bad impression. Like very regularly I travel on the Ferguson College Road, Deccan area and Karbhari Road and Poud Road. Poud Road further heading to NDA. A lot of people stay in that, retired from the armed forces and all. Their children are driving their cars or their two-wheelers or whatever it is. Most of the vehicles have written Army, Navy, Air Force at the back. N number of times I noticed such cars written this. They break the signals. It hurts. It really hurts. You are not causing that is another point. You are causing a risk to somebody else's life, but then you are violating a basic rule of the law, rule of the land. And you are tarnishing the image of that organization. That is the worst part of it. If I am standing at the signal and if something writing on the car, for example, I am from Army, so might as well I take name of Army. And I see that car, Army written at the back. I really curse those fellows. I hate, what sort of, maybe a civilian driver driving that vehicle, that officer may not be there in the vehicle, but then the name of the Army is tarnished. Persons, civilians looking at that vehicle, they say, here, look at, आर्मी का ऑफिसर है या पता नहीं क्या है लिखा हुआ, लेकिन सिग्नल तोड़ के जा रहा है. These are the basic manners, traits, qualities you have to develop in this, and don't stop there only. Pass on these things, object to these things, correct these things. You as a young student, if you find the same vehicle or someone breaking the rule, forget about the Army, Navy, Air Force return or police return. Have a courage to go and talk to that person. You are threatening somebody else's life by breaking the rule. Have that courage, courage of conviction. You must have that in your mind. Yes, I can stand up for the correct things. While going or coming, invariably in our area, places like Pune, you come across the minor accidents. Don't hesitate to have the courage and go. Have initiative amongst you. Go and help that fellow out. Your two qualities will be reflected or demonstrated. First is the initiative, second is your helping nature. These are the very, very minor things, but then this is the age, this is the time you got to learn these things. And by learning through this, automatically the other required qualities which helps you in getting selected at the competitive examinations will be developed. Thank you very much. Thanks for giving me a chance.
Hello. We have 5-7 minutes, and while giving a concluding remark, couple of my experience I'm going to share, but we'll stop exactly at 3:45. Army taught me time management, fine. Army taught me how to carry a handkerchief, because in Ferguson College I never remember that I change my handkerchief every day, because one handkerchief so many folds, so you can chalao for about 8 days. Army taught us. Army taught us dress code. The point to what Madam has said about you have to make a practice and you should know yourself. I suggest all these cadets in your college, in your NCC group, have a small group. We call it small group activity. In corporate, we do call that SGA. And that particular group, you have to meet on your own on the basis of quality circle. It is not a quality circle, but you should come at a given time, given date with a commitment, because then you will learn what is commitment. Over there, what is required to be done? Yes, you can exchange your, somebody is not good in communication. I consider this small group is a laboratory for development. You know, you should also be able to understand the other human being. This will help you. And if you continue this, it will definitely help. The point was she referred that you have to have your opinions. I remember my SSB in 74, 75, 45 minutes SSB, and it was Air Force officer. He asked me, what is your opinion about our western friend, Pakistan? I don't mind taking a name. And I told him, I was cadet, I was just a student from Ferguson. I said, they are our enemy, state. And they are going to attack us maybe after 3-4 years. Then he said, why you say so? I said, 65 there was a war. 71 there was a war. 75 I said, 3-4 years we will definitely have some conflict. And believe me, thereafter, after 80s, we are still in conflicting position, whether you call it a war or whether it is called a proxy war. Have your opinion. Secondly, during interview, don't change your answer just by giving some attractive proposition. I will not tell you the complete story. The same question he asked 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right from beginning I said no, and I continued to. And last question was, if you do this, you will get a better chances of promotion. And I think that was the last test. And I said no. I said very good. And I got a clue that I have been selected. So make a practice. My experience that if you are determined to join some forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, take a maximum information and eligibility required for that particular post. I'll give my example. I took Navy, Naval NCC, 3rd Maharashtra, and I was attracted by that executive branch because the instructor used to influence us, long gunnery course and all that. I thought I should join executive. That was in first pre-degree. When I joined FI, I left mathematics without knowing that for executive branch, you have to have a physics and mathematics. And then when I started trying, then naturally that particular branch doors were closed. If you want to join Navy, then you have to go supply and secretariat and other branch, for which I was not. So learning from this, take maximum information. Of course, later on I joined infantry, Dogras, and I learned a lot of, my aspirations were fulfilled, fine. Take maximum information about the eligibility and start preparing. You are getting a call, 15 days, and now I have started preparation. Nahi chalega. Right from now, the first year candidate sitting here, if you are really having an aspiration and dream to join forces, you are joining NCC, you are getting a lot of inputs, have those groups, test yourself, develop your confidence, develop your biodata, and Saili madam will definitely touch that point, need for achievement. You have to have that need. Yes, I want to become an army officer. Fine. She is an expert in need achievement training. Fine. So, have that dream, but you have to. About the physical fitness, what you talked about. I was a judo cadet. I learned judo and I was a judo player in my Ferguson college. 3 years. PDFI as well. That was the time I was preparing. And in our club, the routine was 10 to 12 rounds of 400 meters, then come inside the hall, judo hall, and 100 ukemis, that somersault, 100. Then only you start your warming up. Our guru, Khaniwale sir, used to sit there, Deepak Tilak, then Sarang Sate, Bal Devkar, and Kaka Moite. They were our instructor, black belt. And Kulkarni came later, next batch. And they used to give us a practice, fall practice, right fall, left fall, front fall, back fall. Then jaake 1.5 घंटे के बाद कुछ playing. But that helped me in OTA. Running was not a big problem. Whether it's a 2 mile or 10 mile, every Saturday we used to have a cut race at Chennai. So running was not a problem. So physical fitness. My last point is, remember 4H formula. Head, heart, hand and health. Head, intelligence. You have to use your brain. Otherwise बोलते हैं ना, हाँ? Brain गंजला है, गंजू नहीं चलेगा. उसको गंज नहीं आना चाहिए. You have to have that active brain. Heart talks about commitment and involvement. Whatever you do, whether you are now NCC cadet, do it with commitment, because that is a good learning. I already told my cadets here that after this particular program we are going to have a debriefing session, because this is a good exercise, Task given, task executed, where have we gone wrong? And this particular PDCA cycle, what we teach in total quality management, I think you can practice it without learning management. Heart, commitment, involvement. Hand depicts different skills. As it is now, we will start. Brigadier Mitra are also talking about skills, life skills. Nowadays, a lot of discussions on that. And last H is health. And health, there are two types, psychological health and physical health. Psychological health is touched by Sabha madam. You have to be positive. You cannot manipulate any test. If you take a training, maybe first 2-3 solutions will be good. But then thereafter you will be exposed, you start exposing your psychology. Am I right, ma'am? Don't do that. Be natural. Fine. Be natural. Little bit training will definitely help you, but not that whatever you mug it up like other examination, 85-95% mark nahi chalega. Psychological health we talked about, and physical health, daily routine, exercise, whatever, and that consistency is a very, very important. Fine. somebody asks a question, Colonel Saab, what is your goal and all? Don't worry, you have to keep a goal after retirement also. Fine? Because you have to live. You have to live a very peaceful and healthy life. For that you have to have a goal. I have my goals. My little sugar has gone up, so I already started. No rice in the night. Exercise to karta hi ho, lekin fir thoda aur zyada. I cannot walk because I left army. That also I will tell you. I have to leave. Basically, I became a disabled, got a category down. So I thought now I might as well do better outside. I was offered a table job, Shekhar Saab, by General Sujit. I will shift you to some table job. I said, no sir. If I want to do it, once you served in infantry, you are no fit for any other batch. So I came out, started my innings as a security officer. My first interview I realized that unless and until I take some management degree or diploma, my survival in industry is at stake. Because a very young girl took my interview, first interview, she asked me after some biodata questions, Captain, can you define administration? And that particular question, mera hil gaya. I told Madam, I am not interested in this interview. This I am giving you verbatim. And then I told her that you are conducting this interview for Jain CIK. The name was not given in advertisement, and thereafter I gave 4 information. She asked me, who told you? I said, Madam, I cannot define administration, but when I am sitting here, I am prepared to give interview. Under bracket, you are not prepared to conduct my interview. The fellow who has served as captain and major in army, coordinator, joint local coordinator for civil and army, you are asking what is administration? That particular question again helped me to achieve my next target. I took admission in Symbiosis under Pune University, DBM. Then by that time I got a job. I knew that I am okay, gave me a bread and butter, but security is not the only choice for army officer. Did DBM, MMS, and thereafter I started teaching in 1985. Fine. And thereafter I left the industry after 12 years, then joined university 97 until date I am here even though I am retired. Point is that army taught me one thing, one up situation. Jack Welch in leadership quality, he talks about 4E and 1P, that is my last point. Positive energy, energize people, edge over, execute, and passion. Edge over, what he talks about and what we say, one up in army is the same. You have to add value in your biodata and you have to prepare, you have to update yourself. That is my last message. Thank you very much. I think this time to stop, 1:45 for exactly time management. Fine. Our speakers for validity functions are here. We will have a validity function. Thereafter, all cadets will have a tea where you have lunch, and by 4:15, 4:30 we'll stop. Okay? Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you very much. Please. They will arrange immediately. We are starting.
Thank you. We now request Honorable Dr. Geeta Shinde ma'am to felicitate the guest of honor for the day.
गीता शिंदे मैम
किससे स्टार्ट करने का?
हाँ इधर से
स्टार्ट करें.
रुक रुक रुक
Okay. We now request Honorable Dr. Geeta Shinde ma'am to felicitate the guest of honor for the day. नहीं मैं बोलूँगी. Okay. I may call upon Dr. Bhagyashree Mantalkar ma'am, who is a Management Council member of Savitribai Phule Pune University. Yes, sir. Thank you, Geeta ma'am. I request Saili Gankar ma'am, Vice Chancellor of D.Y. Patil, Ambli, Pune, to speak few words.
Played as an accompanying.
स्क्रिप्ट में लिखा नहीं है.
स्क्रिप्ट में लिखा तो ना. नहीं साइली मैम फेलिसिटेशन हो गया.
I call upon Saili Gankar to speak for a few words. Start.
I request Saili Gankar ma'am. I request respected Dr. Bhagyashree Mantalkar ma'am to speak few words.
नमस्कार. व्यासपीठावर उपस्थित असलेले कॅप्टन चितळे सर, सायली गणकर मॅम, गीता शिंदे मॅम आणि अगदी नव्यानं ह्या सगळ्या NCCच्या ॲक्टिव्हिटीजमध्ये इन्व्हॉल्व झालेले सगळे इथे उपस्थित असलेले कॅडेट्स. माझ्या मते पुणे विद्यापीठाच्या कॅम्पसवरती हा असा होणारा पहिला फॉर्मल कार्यक्रम असेल. पहिला कार्यक्रम आहे. हां, बजेट नव्हतं. मला नाही हे सगळं आपल्याला माहिती असलं पाहिजे, कारण का हे इथे होण्यामध्ये सगळ्यात जास्त एफर्ट्स कुणाचे असतील तर ते चितळे सरांचे आहेत. गेल्या वर्षी खरंच गरजेचं आहे. म्हणजे ना आता मगाशी सर त्यांच्या बोलण्यामधनं जे सांगत होते की मी माझे गोल्स ठरवलेले असतात आणि त्यांनी ते खरंच ठरवलेले असतात. त्यांनी ते किती सांगू दे की माझी ती शुगर कमी करायचे वगैरे हे गोल आहे, पण मला माहिती आहे त्यांचे गोल्स काय आहेत. ते पुणे विद्यापीठाचं NCCचं एक उत्तम युनिट
आणि ज्याला दृष्ट लागण्यासारखं युनिट उभं करायचं हे त्यांचं गोल आहे आणि त्यांच्याकडे त्या गोलच्या दिशेनं ते डे बाय डे पावलं टाकत आहेत आणि त्याचं प्रत्यंतर आता या ठिकाणी दिसत आहे. त्यामुळे मी या ठिकाणी खरंच सर धन्यवाद देते की विद्यापीठामध्ये इतकी सुरेख ऍक्टिव्हिटी आपण घेऊ शकलेलो आहोत. तुम्हा सगळ्या मुलांचं कौतुक आता या ठिकाणी मला करावं असं वाटतंय की ह्या सगळ्या ऍक्टिव्हिटीमध्ये तुम्ही इन्व्हॉल्व्ह झालेला आहात. मला नेहमी म्हणजे मी कधी एनसीसी मध्ये नव्हते, मी टिपिकल NSS म्हणजे सोशल वर्क अशा ऍक्टिव्हिटीजमध्ये असायचे, पण कॉलेजमध्ये आमच्याही NCCचं युनिट असायचं आणि ती परेड करत जाणाऱ्या मुलांकडे प्रचंड कौतुकाने आणि थोडंसं किंचित असूयेनं आम्ही बघायचो की यार आपल्याला नाही करायला मिळालं हे. हिंदी पिक्चरमधल्या लोकांना सुद्धा NCCची परेड दाखवण्याचा मोह कधीही आवरला नाही. कुठलाही एखादा छानशी मूवी घ्या ज्याच्यामध्ये व्हेरी वेल ऑर्गनाइज्ड हिरो किंवा हिरोईन कॉलेजच्या कॅम्पसवर दाखवायची असेल तर ती NCCच्या परेडमध्ये चाललेली असते आणि तिचा अदर काउंटर पार्ट तिला काहीतरी बाणबीण मारत असतो. म्हणजे फिल्म इंडस्ट्रीमधल्या लोकांना सुद्धा व्हेरी ऑर्गनाइज्ड डिसिप्लिन्ड कॅरेक्टर दाखवायचं असेल कॉलेज कॅम्पसवरचं तर ते एक छोटीशी सिम्बॉलिक गोष्ट कुठली घेतात तर NCCची परेड घेतात. दिसताना इतकं सगळं ऑर्गनाइज्ड दिसतं, पण आता सरांनी अनेक सूचना दिल्या. सो आपल्याला लक्षात आलं असेल की आपल्याला खूप स्कोप आहे डेव्हलप करायला स्वतः करता, कारण दिसणं आणि असणं यातला फरक आपल्यालाच कळणार आहे. आपलं कुठे गडबड होती आहे, कुठे कमी पडतो. आता सरांनी सुद्धा असंख्य चांगल्या गोष्टी सांगितल्या. माझ्या मते तुम्ही भाग्यवान आहात की इतक्या अनुभवी आणि इतकी प्रदीर्घ कारकीर्द ह्या सगळ्या ह्याच्यामध्ये घालवलेल्या लोकांचं मार्गदर्शन तुम्हाला मिळतं आहे. त्यामुळे आपली गोल सेट करत असताना ह्या लोकांचं मार्गदर्शन नक्की तुम्ही आपल्या गाठोडी बांधून ठेवलं पाहिजे. मगाशी सभा मॅमने जो मुद्दा सांगितला तो मी कारण खूप उशिरा आले आणि मी तेवढं त्यांच्या भाषणाचा तोच पोर्शन ऐकला. इंटरव्ह्यूच्या वेळेला कसं असलं पाहिजे असं त्या सांगत होत्या. पण मला असं वाटतं की केवळ इंटरव्ह्यूच्या नाही तर ओव्हरऑल आयुष्यामध्ये बी जेन्युइन अँड ऑथेंटिक. आपण जे काही करू त्याच्यामध्ये ते जेन्युइनली आणि ऑथेंटिकली केलं ना तर दुसरं काहीच करण्याची गरज नाहीये. मी खूप वर्षांपूर्वी सज्जनगडावर गेले होते आणि सज्जनगडावर रामदास स्वामींचं एक जे मंदिर आहे त्याच्यामध्ये ना त्याच्यावरती असं जे पिलर्स आहेत त्याच्यावर एक वाक्य लिहिलेलं आहे, खरं बोलण्याचा एकच फायदा असतो, ते लक्षात ठेवावं लागत नाही. थापा मारायची गरज असं ना, कारण खरं पटकन येतं. मला नेहमी असं वाटतं की ते दुसऱ्या कॉन्टेस्टमध्ये असंही आहे की खरं असण्याचा सुद्धा एक फायदा आहे, ऍक्टिंग करावी लागत नाही. सो ऑलवेज बी जेन्युइन, बी ऑथेंटिक. आणि मी यश तुमच्या पायाशी नक्की लोळण घेणार आहे. त्यामुळे इथून पुढे एक NCCचं उत्तम युनिट या विद्यापीठामध्ये त्यांची परेड आम्हाला बघायला मिळणार आहे. सर हा आनंद केवळ तुमच्यामुळे मिळणार आहे, सांगळे सरांमुळे मिळणार आहे. त्यामुळे प्रथम तुम्हाला पुन्हा एकदा धन्यवाद देते, तुम्हा सगळ्या जणांना शुभेच्छा देते आणि वेळोवेळी भेटत राहूच. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Sai Lekankar, ma'am, Vice Chancellor of D.Y. Patil, Ambi Pune, to speak few words.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I? Cadets? First, sit upright. Sit upright. Back should be straight, chin should be up. Honorable Dr. C.M. Chittale sir, Captain, former Dean of Management at University, Registrar, Controller of Examiner, Finance Officer of the University, and my Guru, the one who taught me, helped me to grow professionally, academically in my field. Along with him, we have Management Council member, Honorable Manthalkar, Geeta Shinde, Ashish Sangle, Agashe sir, Professor Dr. Sachin Kulkarni from my campus, who is heading the NCC and NSS department along with National Education Policy. All my students from D.Y. Patil University who are in the white dress code, along with NCC cadets, those who are formally installed commissioned to work on. A wonderful evening and day you must be experiencing throughout when you started listening the experiences and words of wisdom from all the dignitaries. What can I share? Different things with all of you. But when it comes to these three colors, NCC, and I'm standing before all of you, is the reason is I'm an NCC cadet, done with B and C certificate, attended Republic Day, had Bada Khana with Rajiv Gandhi, and that's how it was. And I did this in the year long back. I still remember my father told me that we need to have few things in our life, and that's how, being the eldest daughter from the family, was been sent to attend NCC in the campus. Thereafter, before NCC, I started my journey with Bhosla Military School, sir. And I became the Ramdandi of Nashik campus. Got introduced with a lot of activities and which motivated me to pursue the NCC thereafter. So in Bhosla Military School, it was, I think, only a 1 month training program which helped me a lot to learn various skills in that right from, because if you look at what is NCC, it is basically talks about 3 to 4 important words which makes the transformation of your own life. And that really created a very positive impact on my own personal career. The first thing which was taught in NCC is basically talk about duty, unity, wisdom and discipline. I think these 4 words are very important. And one of them they always talk about is Anushasan. And I think that is very important when we do wherever we are. Maybe at family, maybe at workplaces, maybe in society, or maybe at the, we can say that on the war front, or maybe taking care of the responsibilities wherever we are. While doing this, why should one have NCC? And that's how when Dr. Kulkarni sir and I was talking to him, so I said that we would like to have NCC in our campus, and that was my first dream, to bring NCC in campus with the formal education. Very nicely been shared by all of them that the attire is very important, because it gives you a confidence, it gives you more than confidence, it reminds you that you need to be always in discipline and to be committed with your profession. When you start wearing those, I still remember I had all those medals and badges because I was rifle shooter. .22 was my the area that I think I have forgotten all those words now. I'm so sorry for that. But then .22 was my rifle, and I still remember I was able to win almost every time the medals, and that too the gold medals at the competitions. Till the time I got married, and even after marriage, I was practicing the rifle shooting. But later on then, because of professional, the aspirations and change in profession, I was not able to pursue that particular hobby. But let me tell you very honestly what it taught me. I still remember the captain who was there, and he was giving us the ammunition to have the fires on the target. And I still remember I was not able to focus it properly. So he and the major, both of them, and I was the only one who was selected for the rifle shooting practice. So they said that you have to stand up now, take that rifle and do the 5 rounds to this particular ground. And after that, and because of that punishment, the first punishment which I received was to have discipline, and he said that now you will be more committed towards your goal. And thereafter, my hand never shook or vibrated, or maybe we can say that moved away from the target. It was always bull's eye, right? And that made me now see, one is your activities, what you do in NCC, anything happening that side. If you can share the joke with all of us, all these cadets, I think with the red, the badges, all of you. the one who is having the handkerchief, all of you, if you have something nice to tell, please, rather than you are enjoying the moment, we all are missing it out. You should share it with us. Either it should be the insult or it should be something we are missing to the dais and to the whole audience. All of you, I was trying to ignore you, but it is making this particular act is more obvious and insulting all of us. Hey, these all 3-5 of them. Yeah, I think if something is new, or maybe you can leave, absolutely okay.
Please get up.
It's not required. I think.
This is what is the feedback you got it from other person perceiving you while sitting in audience. The point which I was referring to, Johari window, because you don't know what you are doing, you don't know about your negatives, but somebody else is catching that. So please try to honor. If something is going wrong, don't do that. That is not good for your ensuing career anywhere, whether army or corporate. Army people are very fast in catching. Since he has done NCC, I must appreciate Sally madam.
Thank you.
That you could catch something tickling.
No, I was initially.
Not, okay? Please sit down. Please concentrate. And don't feel sorry for this feedback, because this feedback will help you to develop in future. Please.
So these all activities, because I still remember when I was in Bhosla Military School, and we used to get up at 4 o'clock and then having our own breakfast and running on ground and then practicing swimming and horse riding. I still remember I was having almost all the sports I was participating. You know, could be a javelin throw, could be shot put, because though my height was good, but the very less, but still it never became the weakness. The reason is the complete education which I received from NCC and Bhosla Military School was more on giving focus and hard work. I think that's very important. बऱ्याचदा आपण आपल्या आयुष्यामध्ये आपल्याला असं वाटतं की वीकनेसमुळे आपली ग्रोथ होणार नाही, पण असं नाही. वीकनेसवरती जर फोकस केला, कॉन्सन्ट्रेट केलं, एफर्ट्स घेतले, तर नवीन डायमेन्शन्स, मल्टीफॅसेट पर्सनॅलिटी डेव्हलप व्हायला सुरुवात होते. आणि म्हणून ज्या वेळेला मी भोसला मिलिटरी स्कूल केलं, त्यानंतर NCC अटेंड केलं, आणि इट वॉज अ वंडरफुल एक्सपिरियन्स. I still remember, I cannot forget my experience on Republic Day at Delhi. And Badakhana was a term which was used, and when Honorable then he was Prime Minister, Honorable Rajiv Gandhi, and I still remember the way he talked to all the cadets, right, and he interacted with them. So all this started inspiring everyone, including me, right. So when you look at these exposures, I think that's really worth, right. So your investment, be committed. Actually, when I told Dr. Sachin Kulkarni, though NCC ने आम्हाला खूप कमी सीट्स दिल्या, खूप दिल्या नाहीयेत. आय थिंक 17 किंवा काहीतरी मला वाटतं 20च आम्हाला थोड्या कमी सीट दिल्या, पण तरी मी त्यांना म्हटलं, डोंट वरी, every student if is interested to join this cadet corps, let the number of seats will lead them, and behind that I'll give them the uniform to wear it on my university cost, and I'll teach them that this discipline is very important. Simple things, but makes your life more easy and more productive wherever you are. Thematic appreciation test, what she was talking about, ज्याला आपण TAT stories म्हणायचो. It was wonderful. I still remember I used to conduct it for my cadet and my students, and then when they used to come with their stories, I was able to give precisely what their personality is. Because it talks about, sir has uttered a word, need for achievement, need for affiliation, and need for power is one of the tool that story is being used. The reason is need for achievement helps you to do something better what you're doing. Most of the time we follow people. We would like to follow people. Someone is doing, so I want to follow that activity. Absolutely okay. But in following up, if you have that need to do something better and compete with others, I think that helps you to outstand your performance wherever you are. If you are a teacher, you can have a better performance in terms of research, academics and everything. If you are an IS officer, I used to meet all these IS officers, sir, because they are working in entrepreneurship, and that helped me to talk to all those leaders. And I never had a fear, and the reason is I was the cadet of NCC and Bhosla Military School. I never had a fear in mind. The reason is I was true with my own commitment. I was true with my own the passion and honest with my own goals and objective, and that was been taught to me by NCC, because unity, duty, Anushasan and especially wisdom brings a lot of confidence in you. If you are doing something wrong, your confidence goes wrong. And if you are doing something great, you don't need to get scared or having fear in your mind wherever you are. And therefore, these kind of values which are taught to you through the NCC is one of the best thing which is going to happen to you. Reading is there, no doubt about it, but NCC gives you opportunity to practice it. Practice makes a man perfect. Sir has given 5 H. I would like to add one more H along with that, and that is habit. Unless and until we develop the habit, we cannot. You need to stand straight. You need to be in Saudhan. You need to be in Vishram, right? It has a meaning. And that helps you to really have a focused approach. I remember when I was practicing all those things, because sir, whenever he speak to me and about need for achievement, is because of all those things. Learn from failure, learn from others' experiences, and that is what you learn through your training programs. And therefore, whenever you are, so don't look at only the dress code and the badges, right? It's not that important. That will come automatically. Don't work for that. Don't go for that. But see to it that uniform creates an impression on your personality, the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you carry yourself, the way you set your targets, and that is what your NCC is. So unless and until you have a goals and objective, we cannot perform better in our own personal life. And that's why NCC helps you a lot. NCC, really I tell you, I was the only person in entrepreneurship who was a female. And I used to move across the states, right? And I never had any kind of fear to approach anyone. Generally, in those days, it was really difficult to go at the village areas. I was again a karyakarti hote mi abhavipachi sudha. I was also a part of, so I was leading abhavipi in my own area. I was also a part of many activities which you said. I don't want to make it here. But then these experiences, right, because working with abhavipi is nothing but how to work in collaboration for a particular cause. Right? I'm not talking about any other thing, but when I was there, I still remember the kind of philosophy which and every organization has a philosophy, every organization has a vision and mission. If we understand it very well, I'm sure that you can make the great changes. And if you go anywhere, I'm not talking about going, I was selected for the police department also at Nasik, right? And I was about to become the police officer, but then my guru, the first one, he said that don't go and join, because I was selected for SBI and I was selected for the police department, and they said no, you go for entrepreneurship, and that's how I went into entrepreneurial journey and entrepreneurship training activities. But what I'm trying to make a point is that any career you take, wherever, whatever you are, you have to give the 100% to that particular cause and activity which you are doing, and this has been taught to you by NCC, right? And that gives you a solid foundation. I feel that I'm sure that the government should take major role in promoting NCC, not restricting the number, because today if you look at it, people want to develop their own personality through all these kind of activities, and I'm sure that you will be more committed, you will learn those things which are there on ground or maybe in classroom. You have such a wonderful campuses wherever you are, because every education campus is a beautiful campus, right? It's a beautiful temple. See to it that you explore all these resources, come together, have lots of ideas, see to it that you implement those for the betterment of your own the performances, your own personality. And of course, when we talk about unity, when there is a unity, it becomes a good country. And therefore, see to it that how can you bring those values in your life reality, apply it to your real life situation, and I'm sure that you will make your country proud, you will make your teacher proud, and of course your family proud. But for that you need to sacrifice. You need to give the 100% commitment to the activity which you are doing. Don't get deviated from your own the decisions what you have taken, and that is what has been taught to me by NCC. I'm so proud that so many students are the part of this particular activity. There are so many careers which are been shared already by the earlier speakers. I don't want to touch, but any career, wherever you are, I am requesting all of you to do it very much dedicatedly, and once you start doing it, I am sure that your generation can motivate the next generation, and it is your responsibility to have that, create a legacy for the next generation. And if we do it better, and I'm sure that the cause of the NCC is that to make our country proud, right? Not by making only statement that Mera Bharat Mahan, but I think everyone has to perform their duty wherever we are, maybe on our road or maybe near the lift. I think we need to really take care of that very carefully. Take care of yourself, take care of the resources, and of course the country. So with this, I congratulate once again to all of you for taking this decision to join the NCC and making your life more powerful with the teaching. Thank you so very much. Thank you, sir.
Our CTO suggested me or requested me to sum up whole day's activity. But before I sum up, let me have a point came to my mind when you pointed a finger toward those three. Remember one thing, that here and now, what is happening, you have to concentrate here and now, not there and then. Remember, and this particular thing I have learned in Executive Development Program at Yusuf Goda, Hyderabad. Here and now is a very important thing. When you are in a college, in a class, concentrate on the teaching learning process. When you are at a tapri, concentrate on a vada pav or a tea, what you are enjoying. Unfortunately, in our college days, exactly different thing happens. At tapri, we talk about a project to be completed, and in a classroom, we start thinking about if he's a girl, if she's a girl, कि वो अभी वहाँ से बाहर आया होगा. If boy, Ferguson College, गेट नंबर 3 से वो निकली होगी. नहीं, उधर जाके देखो. Here and now, there and then. Please don't mind, friends. I'll talk to you, because this is the way you develop yourself. You have to get a feedback, and this feedback, that's why I said, na, Johari window. I think we should conduct a class for our boys and girls. Johari window is a very good tool to develop your personality first and then leadership. Okay, let me sum up shortly. We started exactly at 10:30 with Brigadier Mitra, Colonel Shekhar, and training officer, Lieutenant Colonel Sinh. Sonawane sir was here. Unfortunately, our Vice Chancellor could not join, but he sent me a message which I read. Brigadier Mitra also gave a very good tips. Then we felicitated almost 90 cadets, those who have taken a part in RD and national camps. There was a little problem, but you have seen the example of crisis management, and we could manage. We are prepared for those many number of mementos, but some problem, but we solved. I also committed on behalf of our CTO that couple of students from Nasik and Nagar could not be called because their names are not here. We will definitely felicitate them also. No issue, and this will be every year activity will be there. The lecture, a detailed lecture by Colonel Shekhar in 2 parts, because we could save a time. About 11:30 we replanned it. We utilized that 45-50 minutes prior to lunch, and thereafter again Colonel Shekhar talked for about 45 minutes, and I had to stop him because otherwise he would have continued, because the panel we could get only 45 minutes, and we finished within 45 minutes. Good panel members, good points, all are learning. Now, development habit. At the end of the day, you write down in your diary, what is your takeaway from different speakers during the session, during Colonel Shekhar, panel, what madam, I think she has given a lot of inputs, and even Mantalkar madam. Write down those points. What is my takeaway? Because this particular diary will help you in achieving your goals as well as your higher echelon positions. And we are at the end of the day. I am very happy that this particular program Ashish and his team could manage. Very short period of time, but I think we have given a good performance. There is always a scope for development. We have seen life for so many years. We have been conducting such seminars and national level events. So we try to achieve quality and excellence. Wherever I give a feedback, don't feel bad about it, but you have to practice certain things. Without practice, you cannot perform well, whether it is a drama like this on the stage or your performance. Fine? So it's a good learning for me also, again working with young cadets, because we have been training MBA, आधे बन चुके हैं MBA वाले, and when we train our counterparts in industry, they are तो full बन चुके हैं, but they don't come to our expectation. So I think this is a summing up. Thank you very much for all SFS. Thanks he will give, but let me also give a thank. All fully self-financed units were there. Luckily, luckily means without knowing that 2 units came. The list was not there. Their names were not there in list. Sir, we were told by commanding officer. कितने लाए? 34. हमारा इधर लॉजिस्टिक अभी ऊपर नीचे होना शुरू किया. Immediately we replanned. We said, okay, अब यहाँ तक आए, आपको घर नहीं भेजेंगे, बैठ जाओ. अगर नहीं मिलेगा तो नीचे बैठना पड़ेगा. And they were also ready. But somehow we could manage. I hope you all enjoyed our hospitality, whatever we could do, and you'll take good memories from this. Fine? Over to you.
So good evening everyone. We are at the end of the program for today. First and foremost, at the outset, I'm glad that all the Felicity cadets came over here. They arrived for today's program. They accepted our invitation. They were here for the program. So I would first of all congratulate all of them for their achievements at the national level camps, be it Republic Day camp or TAC, now Sainik camp or shooting, Vayu Sainik and so on. So you all, I would say, are an inspiration for many others, yes, and I wish you all the best for your future endeavors. So thank you all of you. My primary vote of thanks goes to the Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Karbhari Kale Sir, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. Sanjeev Sonawane Sir, the Registrar Prafulla Pawar Sir, the NCC SPPO Campuses Steering Committee Chairman Chitrai Sir, other members including Geeta Ma'am. I thank you Ma'am and Sir for this wonderful support to the campus unit and also helping out in this event. I have a special thanks to Brigadier Arjun Mitra Sir, Colonel Shekhar Sir, Lieutenant Colonel Anirudh Sir, and Lieutenant Colonel Pradeep Sir, who has not been here today, but he conveyed his well wishes for this program, and I thank him for also that. I'm also quite glad and obliged by the presence of Deepak Akash Sir, Vishakha Ma'am, and Sabha Ma'am for their presence and their valuable inputs into this program. Sir is already a part of advisory committee of our NCC campus, and he has been helping there. So being an integral part, sir, thank you so much for the support for the campus unit and for today's program also. I'm also thankful to our valedictory sessions guest, the guest of honors, that is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of D.Y. Patil University, Ambi, Saili Gankar ma'am, and Srimati Bhageshri Mantalkar madam, who was being cooperative, and the very first invitation she agreed that she'll definitely be here in spite of any schedule she had. So thank you so much ma'am, both of you, for coming to this session and making this session more livelier. I would also thank the NCC Group Headquarters Pune, the entire office staff, for helping out with all the support, whatever they could, with providing the list and the names of the cadets, and also arranging the units and getting into touch with fully self-financed units for the arrangement of this program. So thank you for them also. I thank all the ANOs, the CTOs and their cadets from fully self-financed units for attending this program. I hope that the inputs that all of you got and the agenda which was stated by Chitra sir also and Shekhar sir also, to orient all of you in this program. This program was meant to be an initiative that to orient all of you towards your NCC journey ahead, as to many cadets are not able to understand. They have joined NCC but they are not aware that what are we supposed to do or how do I go ahead with things, as shared an incident by Chitra sir himself, that how he dropped on mathematics and he couldn't be joining the Air Force. So similarly we have the experience of cadets, so such experience shouldn't happen. Hence we specially organize this orientation for first years. Maybe this is on a lower scale on this year. For next year we'll make it on a larger scale, that shows that even open units and other unit colleges can attend this program. So I thank all the cadets from the units and CTOs and ANOs for attending this program. I would also thank the staff from my office, especially Suraj and Abhijit, who have tremendously been my backbone. And Suraj, Abhijit here. Abhijit and Vaijanti. To be frank about this, of course, the valuable inputs came, but these were the legs who were running behind this NCC unit. And these, we have, so these are the, in fact, the legs of the NCC unit of campus. The office staff, we have Shivling Deshmukh and also Vaijayanti Hambir, who are ex-cadets who have been here in the Department of Defense, and they are really supporting along with the office staff, and I thank really all of them for making this event and also the campus unit successful. Though we have also, as somebody asked the question, we do have goals and aims ahead which we'll definitely achieve. And I thank also the Center for Performing Arts and Praveen Phule sir, who has specially allotted me this, at the 11th hour he has specially allotted me this auditorium, because of which all the crowds can be arranged in one single place. So I really thank him for that. And lastly, the most important part of the NCC campus unit, that is my cadets, because of which their whole arrangements, it wouldn't have been possible at all for you all to sit and have this event as much as possible. They were the logistics. I really, I'm also sorry on behalf of them if some inputs or if some mistakes have been taken place from our unit. We'll definitely make sure we are going to learn more, and we are definitely going to improve and go ahead with the learnings from it. So this is a good feedback for us, sir. Thank you. And if by any chance I missed out on certain names, I convey my wholehearted regards for that I'm really regretful about it. But overall, all of you have been really supportive towards it, and I thank all of you for making this program at the end. Thank you so much, all of you. And before we go ahead, I'd request that we'll stand for National Anthem.
Jana Gana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya